I have two of these. Am I supposed to do it?
Because you got two eyes.
One for each eye? See what I have to deal with?
Somehow I think you bring it upon yourself.
You think so?
I think so.
I give it as good as I take it.
Exactly. Well, we all have to, don't we?
That's right. It's called a survival mechanism. All right, let's call this meeting to order. This is special budget evaluation team meeting Thursday, April the 9th. Roll call. It looks like all primary members are present. Notice this meeting was properly posted on March 30th, 2026. Oh, it looks like Rick Buchanan is in for the court clerk's office. Thanks for putting that out.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 1. Action regarding financial operations update from Oklahoma County Detention Center. I don't know that we need that. We'll have the estimated needs later, unless there is something that we want to cover for this current fiscal year on that. If not, John, did you have anything on employee benefits that you needed to update?
I'm really gonna go over the budget projections, and it also includes that. So.
Okay. All right. Item 3, discussion possible action regarding any items currently on BET watch list. Is there anything anybody wants to discuss at this time? If not, same thing on item 4 on the county's future forecast tracker. Anything to discuss? Okay, seeing none. Let's go ahead and wait on 5 and 6 until the end of the meeting. 7. Do you have an update on that, Mike, or do we need anything on 7, the general fund revenue projections?
No
Okay.
change from yesterday.
Okay. Okay. All right, then item 8. Brandy, do you want to take this up now, or do you want to do after we do the estimate of need presentations?
Either way, just the pleasure of the board. Whatever you think would flow the easiest.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, under 7, we do have a handout for our overall general fund projections.
Oh, okay. Okay, was anybody presenting on this, or is this just for information? Who provided?
County Clerk's Office. We do have, Albert is prepared to present on this, it's just whether you guys would like to talk about this now or usually towards the end of the docket, but either way, he's available.
Okay, yeah.
If you want to have a brief presentation now, we can do that.
No, let's go ahead and wait
Yeah.
towards the end so we can get folks out. All right, item 8, discussion possible action regarding up to a 4% reduction to FY27 proposed budgets for each department under the 8 elected officials of the budget board, as well as all departments within Board of County Commissioners. This item was requested by Brandy, so Brandy, I'll let you go ahead and go.
All right. Well, I know this is a difficult conversation to have, but I feel like it's necessary for us to at least discuss it as the budget evaluation team. As we all know that we have some pretty severe financial implications to our bottom line that are looming, that we are potentially facing within the next fiscal year. And so this basically was an item to kind of serve as a point of discussion for each of the departments. To really take the opportunity to look inward within our own departments, to really see what areas that we can kind of shave off, to prepare for these upcoming potential major implications on our budget. The thought process behind a complete 4% reduction overall, if all the departments, as stated, would participate, that would look somewhere around the lines of about a $2.4 million savings. And while that doesn't completely bridge the gap on some things that I know that we're looking at, I think it's a good start. And so really it's just a matter of everybody looking internally into their own budgets, to really see what we can all do to kind of pull our bootstraps up and come together on this. I think we all are very well aware that we are potentially facing an ask for a sales tax, which I think we all feel like that's something that will be necessary to supplement our general fund budget to accommodate some of these, financial implications that we're facing. And I think it's good for us as stewards of our money that we have in our own, budgets to see what we can do to kind of, really cut within our own, while we go and ask the taxpayers for a tax. I think it would be good for us to take it upon ourselves to see what we can do internally, before we go out and ask the taxpayers to help us out. I mean, it's definitely gonna be a joint effort. It's not gonna take care of everything that we're gonna need, but it's certainly a start, so I just wanted to start the dialogue on that.
Where did the 4% come from?
We crunched some numbers to kind of see overall what that would look like. We felt like 4% was a good place to start. I looked at 1%, I looked at 2%, I looked at 3%, all of which, incur savings under $2 million. And just considering the implications that we're looking at, I think we felt like at least having $2 million, in some sort of savings, would offer the best impact.
Has there been an analysis based on what the total revenue anticipation is versus what the total estimates of need ask is?
Not yet,
Okay,
not at this time, so.
I just didn't know if that was I mean, just because like last year was kind of an oddity, and potentially this year would be too, so I
Right.
just didn't know if it
Yes,
was
right.
potentially.
So we're just kind of looking ahead and preparing the best we can. Without having all of the information, certainly, as we know. But preparing the best that we can, just because we know that there are things that are coming.
The obvious question is, what do you think the sales tax would generate?
Well, it depends on what what is decided to go out to the taxpayers. And at that point, that hasn't been determined, so we really don't know. So we certainly understand there still are a lot of unknowns. But this is something that we can tangibly look at now as we're all assessing our own budgets, to at least start rowing the boat in the right direction.
Would a reduction, whatever the percentage is, 1%, 4%, whatever that percentage is, this mentions the 8 elected officials and the departments within. Are you also contemplating looking at contracts that we fund, like through general government?
So
about cutting some of those?
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I know the BOCC is currently looking and has looked and is still currently looking at various contracts, within the BOCC. There have been cuts made to certain contracts. I think they are just kind of assessing those on a contract by contract basis, and determining, the services they provide, the overall impact that the contract provides, and making adjustments kind of as necessary, on a contract by contract basis. But the answer is yes. The BOCC is definitely looking into that.
Were you anticipating like employees benefits, workers' comp, self-insurance, stuff there as well?
Not those things. Not those things.
Travel?
Well, she's just saying a 4%.
Yeah.
Just a
Figure it out.
4%
Across
overall.
the board.
Yes, across
Gotcha.
the board. And, how you determine that within your own budget, is certainly your prerogative. As long as the bottom line reflects a 4% savings, where each department decides to pull that from is certainly, up to their discretion.
You're seeing this as a 2.4 million possible
Possibly.
money
Yes.
sitting in a savings account.
Well, it would just free up that amount of money within our general fund dollars, and where that ends up sitting or going, is yet to be determined.
Now, I know we didn't take up the revenue projections, but just like the property line alone, there's 2.4 there.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying a 4% reduction on our current budgets that we all have right now? Or are you saying the 2.4 of new revenue would be the same?
So as far as the departmental budgets, that would be the current budget that we have, the revised budget that each of us received this past September.
So flat less 4%.
Yes, correct.
So,
Go ahead, Brandon.
so how do you get the 2.4 number? Do you have like some of those examples? And the reason I said it's just because the whole equation, 2.4 is 4% of what number?
Right.
That's $60 million.
It's $61 million is what it is.
So of course the general fund budget's a lot bigger than that.
Right, it is. It is. We just took the budgets that we are considering with this agenda item. And so that would be all of the 8 elected officials, and it would be all of the BOCC departments.
Okay.
And so just taking their, revised budget for this fiscal year, adding all that up and lessing it 4%, like Joe mentioned.
So 2.4% projected revenue growth, 2.4 million projected revenue growth, 2.4 from a 4% cut to everyone here gets us to $4.8 million, which is about the number that we just gave the jail trust because they elected to spend beyond their means. So I think we know where the money's headed.
Well, that's not necessarily a foregone conclusion. That these cost savings that we incur are, those where those funds go is yet to be determined.
Would it be a fair assumption that those dollars would go somewhere other than the elected officials and the departments though? Because if we're looking at doing cuts there, then,
yes, that would be a fair assumption.
then we'd be looking elsewhere about not doing cuts elsewhere, but growing there.
That would be a fair assumption. But we have several variables that we still have yet to consider. We have an estimates of need for a behavioral care center that's upcoming. Just a lot of different things that could potentially, be a huge financial impact. And so while I feel like it's too soon to really predetermine as to where these potential funds would go, I think it's still a good exercise to kind of practice some savings just to prepare for those sorts of things that we know that are coming.
So along those lines, I think it's too soon to discuss any amount of cut. It could be higher, it could be lower, it could not be necessary. We haven't gotten, whoever mentioned, we haven't gotten through all the estimate needs. We have a revenue projection here, but we haven't heard details on it. So this group has traditionally made changes as we go to be able to address the needs of the county. And so any discussion of a number, higher or lower, is premature in my opinion.
Well, I can certainly respect that. I mean, we are fairly early in the budget season, and we've all been here long enough. We know how that plays out. I do think that it would be fiscally irresponsible of us if we just didn't consider the fact that we are going to have some major implications looming. And that I think the sooner that we start assessing that and looking inward and preparing, the better off that we'll be.
Really, the last question I have on it is, so is District 2 asking the 8 elected officials in the BOCC to find 4% of statutory requirements, or are those the constitutionally obligated requirements?
I think that'll be left within the discretion of each elected official and the respective departments to determine that using their best judgment.
I think one thing that we need to keep in mind, if we decide on a blanket reduction, whether it's 3%, 4%, 5%, 10%, whatever, the actual impact to the services that particular department that's making that cut has is greater than, let's just say, the 4% because of inflationary pressures on cost of doing business. Everybody's paper gets more expensive, everybody's copier ink, all of that stuff goes up. And if inflation is at 3%, hopefully it's just going to be around 3%. You're talking about if we're going flat from September -4 for next fiscal year, it would have, if inflation's 3%, it'd have a 7% impact.
You're absolutely right. And we are well aware of that. These are difficult conversations to have. And it's not easy, to take a look within to consider all of those, because you're absolutely right. So, you know, absolutely, understand the implications of that.
I don't know, I mean, to be quite honest, is there a list in the Constitution that shows which one's more constitutional than the other? Or are all those duties equal? And the only reason I ask is at some point, how do we decide where to flip that coin?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're internally putting one constitutional duty as more constitutional than another constitutional duty, I just don't know how we flip that coin.
Well, and I think that that's why it would be smart to leave that determination up to each, you know, respective department to where they can make their own decisions based on what they know about their department.
In the event a particular department has needs that are essential to the whole, and the 4% can't be reached, will you take those things individually into consideration?
I would think so, absolutely.
Who's taking out the trash, you know?
Right.
Little things like that that make
Right.
a difference.
Mm-hmm. I think that that's a safe way to look at that. You know, I look at that a lot like how the BOCC is considering each of the individual contracts. You know, because you have to look at the implication in itself. You know, versus, you know, risk reward in cutting those types of services. And so I think on a case by case basis for certain things like that, I think that would be fair.
And then how that savings would be re-employed, who has control over that and who has say over that, and should we have some kind of an event like happens in our department?
Right.
What access do we have to those funds that we would ordinarily use to mitigate those problems?
I think for things like certain capital improvements or, you know, certain things that we know that we plan for, you know, we know that, you know, say capital has $300,000 in unallocated ready for emergencies and types of things. Those are not the things that I think should be impacted just because we don't want to leave ourselves liable to not be able to respond to an emergency if something were to happen. And those things are not being considered as part of this overall reduction. But things like, you know, take your custodial budget, for example. You know, that is something that does impact everybody as a whole. And so I think something like that would be a situation where all of the departments would have to come together and collectively decide, you know, hey, let's reduce this, we'll take our own trash out type of thing.
Could we build a little prayer site where each one could go and pray for the things they need and want for some of that money? I wish somebody would do so.
Duly noted, Keith.
I think one thing to consider, I do think we should all always be looking internal and seeing, you know, where we can help and, you know, and cut where we can. I think the conversation today, and Christy, Rick, you guys have been on here for a long time. Joe, you were one of the close to originals. You were not on it for a long time, but you were behind the scenes still on it. If you guys recall back, say 12, 13 years ago, when we would have estimate needs come in and we would do budgets, it was the request had all kinds of increases, a bunch of stuff in there, and we spent the last 11 years, maybe 12 years, something like that, parsing down. And that's why when we see estimate needs come in the last several years, you see very little. I'm not saying you don't see any asks for increases, but you see very little because I think over time, I think departments have cut as, you know, as much as, you know, they could at that time. I'm not saying that there's not any places where you can't find some savings now, but I do think that there has been a concerted effort to reduce over the last 10 or 11 years and not ask for and get increases in budgets. So that's where just a blanket 4% right now, I think would maybe be a little bit early, just because I don't know. I mean, for instance, on the treasurer's budget, I mean, we basically got the elected officials' salary in there and that's it. I mean, how do we that's statutory. I mean, people talk about, they're giving themselves raises or what, that's not the case. Statute dictates those elected official salary changes year after year. We used to have the ability to, to vote on that and either keep it the same or whatever. We don't any longer. That is all statutory. So I don't think like in the treasurer's budget, there wouldn't be the 4%.
We could do a 4. The contract, that bank fees contract, that's a not to exceed amount that's in the contract. And I looked back before today's meeting, the last 3 or 4 years, we haven't even come close. So not only that, we were probably gonna look when we negotiate that contract to come in with less maybe by September.
So you're not spending all of that on those
We're
bank
not
fees?
spending the whole 50 now.
Okay.
Well,
It's
and we
just what the up to exceed amount in the contract is.
And we certainly
Okay.
understand that there are things, such as the elected official salaries that are set and cannot be changed. And so again, that's why we say, it's up to each department to really determine where and how they can cut, because they know best. That's why we're not trying to dictate where exactly, what line items and that sort of thing, because each person, is an expert in their own department. And so, that's why it's up to their discretion to make those determinations, without cutting the things that we understand that are fixed.
Well, I think everybody here is a team player, but I think that taking any action on this today would be premature. The fact that we still not even covering the largest estimate of needs that we
Right.
need to today, plus
Yes.
a new behavioral care center that's coming on board.
Right.
And until we have all the financials in order, would I even consider taking any action? So a discussion, I think, is fine. But I would not suggest we take any action today.
Well, and I respect that. I understand that. And really, this agenda item was to start the dialogue. I'd like for it to be kind of a recurring item so we can continue the dialogue on it as we get more information and as we make determinations on the budget to, continue to allow this to be part of the overall conversation. I think would be helpful. And we didn't even consider, some of the legislation that's coming across that could also have an impact. It's just looking at all of these things ahead. And so keeping this discussion in the forefront of our overall budget discussions, I think is important. So I appreciate initiating the dialogue and being able to, push things back and forth,
This
because
is-
we are a team and it is a collaborative effort.
Well, I think this is a discussion that we really have talked about in the last 5 years. I've consistently forecasted the growth loss for our county, and unfortunately, the crystal ball is clear today that this is where we are.
Right.
So for 5 years, there's been no action taken outside of that to make this any different than what it is today.
Well, at some
So
point,
there's no
we'll
surprise on
run
my
into
end.
the iceberg.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that we are on the financial Titanic, and I've been saying iceberg that we had for 5 years, but only until perhaps today are we looking at, there's a true iceberg in front of us. So that's the question and the concerns that I have.
I agree.
Brandy, thank you for putting this on there.
Well, thank you for the discussion.
Hey, Brandy, I agree with you. It needs to be an ongoing discussion. Would you be willing to strike item 8, which is a specific percentage, and us carry on the discussion under item 6, which is a catch-all item related to the budget, the development of the budget?
Yeah, I appreciate the thought behind that, Joe, and I can certainly understand where you're going with that. However, I do think it is important to keep a certain dollar amount in mind, even if it changes, and that's why I included the agenda language up to a 4%. I think it's important to keep a dollar amount in the back of our minds consistently. So, with respect, I'd like to leave the language as it is.
And for clarity on 8, you're talking about that would be reflective in a budget recommendation, but we're not looking at reducing estimate of needs by 4%. Or is this asking to, because I think that's what gets problematic. I mean, I think we can ask people to do that, but we don't have the authority as individual offices to tell another office what their estimate of need is
You're
going
right.
to look like. So
You're right, I agree.
That's why I think it's fine for discussion, but I would suggest no action taken on this item.
And where I would have a potential issue with reducing the estimate of need by 4% versus even if we can, if everybody at the end of the day can roll up their sleeves and say, well, I can find 3, I can find 5, I can find 4 in these iceberg times, that doesn't mean that the need isn't there. But if we reduce the estimate of need so that it shows that there's no need there, then later, when hopefully we're outside of the iceberg times, then it looks like, well, now all of a sudden you have all these additional needs that you haven't had the last year, 2 years, 3 years. It's like, well, no, we had that need. We just didn't put it on the estimate of need because, does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
I understand that. Yeah, definitely.
Because then it looks like when, like last year, when a lot of the budgets were funded with, at the request level, it was because most didn't request what they wanted to request. They requested a lower amount because they know the situation that we're in. And then so when others ask for a much greater amount of budget than they had before, and they don't get it, and they think, well, everybody else got what they asked for, we didn't, so you're just picking on us. Well, no, it's because everybody else understood the situation we're in and asked for a lower amount than, I mean, this was like their bare bones, not their bare bones plus the, hey, you know, we could be way more efficient, we could do, you know, these extra things if we had the extra money. I think a lot of people didn't even ask for that in their estimate of needs. So I think that needs to be kind of clear to people, that just because one estimate of needs, they get their request from somebody else that doesn't, that doesn't mean that we're picking, you know, winners and losers. It's what did that estimate of needs actually look like and reflect.
Right. Yeah, I understand that.
And I know you do. I'm saying that more for the global audience out there. I know that I think we're on the same page on a lot of that. I just want to make sure everybody else understands.
Yeah,
You know,
it's certainly worth mentioning.
I think we're all on the same page. It's just, I think it's premature taking any action today. In fact, I would make a motion that we take no action and move to the next item.
Well, do we need a motion to take no action?
Not necessarily, but we seem to be going nowhere with this item.
Well, it's a useful discussion.
Oh, I agree, it is. I've said that already. I just think that unless anybody else has anything to offer.
If we were gonna make it reoccurring, Brady, yours does say of the proposed budgets for fiscal year 27, but yet you stated, on our current revised budget. Would you?
I can make that. Yes, I can make that change. Yeah, absolutely.
It gets tricky when we start.
Yes, I certainly understand.
Working on, ceilings.
Right. Yes, I will.
We're gonna have a different item next time, Brady.
Yes, I will make the change to that agenda language.
So then I move to strike this item.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second to strike item 8. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. All right, item 9, discussion and possible action regarding FY 26-27 departmental estimate of needs. Who do we have up first?
Hey, Mr. Chair, let's just get the elephant done and do the jail right now. I think that is the key to everything, potentially. So let's just
I
do
don't
it.
think they're here today.
They're with us on Teams. Stevie and Kim, I believe, is that right, Brooke?
No, they have not joined yet.
Who is, okay,
Kim or Stevie has not joined us.
hang on one second though. Joe, I appreciate where you're going, but that one could take a minute. And so,
I know it can take a minute, and that's why I want to do it first.
but if we've got somebody here that is gonna take like 5 minutes so that they don't have to sit through, who all do we have?
So we do have the public about here. They probably haven't joined us on this, they were scheduled.
Okay. Is there objection to go ahead and taking up the public defender right now? There shouldn't take very long at all, and then we can go into the jail. Bridget, unless you want to sit here for.
I did not, I appreciate it greatly. My eyes perked up when you said that.
Well, you can thank Cassie, she's the one with the suggestion.
Sorry.
She had the suggestion.
We're just asking for the same thing we ask for every year. We have not increased that. We try to spend very sparingly. I guess I'll just ask if anyone has any questions.
Well, once again, getting back to what I said a minute ago, a lot of the individuals around the table have been here for quite some time. So when it appears that there's not a whole lot of questions on some of the budgets, a lot of it is because we've asked a ton of questions on a lot of these budgets in the past. And when we don't see a whole lot of changes, it's not, I think a lot of us feel like it's not super necessary to dig back in when we've dug in deep on a lot of these. And this is, in my opinion, one of those that we've had some pretty in-depth conversations in years past. So I think most of us have a pretty good understanding of where you are on this one. So, does anybody have any questions? All right, there you go. Thanks, Bridget. All right. Move on to the jail. Who's here to present for the jail? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The old one.
Start with questions. All right, is everybody ready? C, are you presenting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Here and Stevie and Cynthia at the news conference, and our jail administrator is at the grand jury hearing right now. So I'm the next one.
You're the lucky one, see?
Yes. Before we start, go to the FY27 estimates, and there's a handout that handed out that shows the FY26 projected shortfall, and provide the clarity and the complete understanding of the FY26 deficit. I'm going to walk through the numbers in detail today. In FY25, the total expenditures to operate the Tacoma County Detention Center was $43.2 million. However, we received only $33.7 million in general fund appropriations. We were able to bridge that gap using FY24 carryover, special revenues, and other one-time non-recurring funds. And that's a breakdown of that. And of the, we have a $2.8 million in FY24 payroll and benefits carryover, and then $410,063 received in July 24 from the prior year from ARPA reimbursement that we already spent. And in that year, we also received the $750,000 from the previous year's Oklahoma City contract. For workers' compensation refund and a rate change, and then we received a refund of $229,117. And at the same time, the court clerk office gave us the check for the bail bond fees that the previous year was sent to the sheriff's office, and then it was not sent until we received the amount for the prior 2 years, and also the interest earned from the about $50,000, and we earned from having to carry over in our bank account. So for FY26, we submitted a budget request of $44.6 million, which represented an increase of $1.4 million, and that's about 3.32% over FY25 actual expenditures. Unlike the prior year, however, we no longer have access to those one-time carryover funds and non-recurring funds to offset the cost. As a result, even before factoring in rising operating expenses, we face a structural funding gap. After accounting for cost increases, the gap grew to approximately 5.8 million. This projected deficit was formally presented to the Trust on June 27, 2025, and to the BET on July 7, 2025, at which time it was placed on the watch list.
See, couple questions for you. Are the revenues received one time FY 25, so the 750 from Oklahoma City prior year, right? If you guys hadn't negotiated a cut rate on it, how much additional revenue would there have been?
The previous year was about $1 million. I think that's what we received the year before.
So the trust elected to go with a cut rate and leave revenue on the table.
Yeah, and but we didn't get paid until probably it was late. It was really late towards the end of the fiscal year.
And it's a well-established fact that your FY 25 and your FY 26 were not ever formally adopted by the trust, correct? Never. I mean, I've got it in writing from your own staff, so I don't understand how you have a budget if the body that's responsible for running the facility never adopts a budget. You guys were shooting in the dark. You knew at the beginning of the year, since the inception of the trust, you've known what your projected revenues would be, right? And you have spent beyond your revenues.
Are you talking about FY 26?
I'm talking about since the inception of the trust, there's never been an adopted budget. And specifically in this last budget year, you all submitted, staff provided an estimate of needs that was in excess of your revenues. You should have began to make changes and cost cuts from the beginning of the year that you all did. Is that correct?
I understand your concern about the questions, but that's just for I'm not prepared all that. I'm prepared to present the FY 27 budget, and that's what I'm here to answer those questions. And then a lot of those questions is not, I was not the one that made the decision. It's more the jail administrator that handle it and the trust.
So, okay.
And I don't think I'm at the position to answer. If I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to provide the accurate answer.
Okay, maybe you can provide an answer to this question because it's relative to the budget we're about to hear you present. Given the fact that your estimated needs exceeded your revenues last year, and the county has bailed you out to the tune of 4.4 million or more, the trust, not just in February, but throughout the year, gave raises. What was the annualized cost of the raises that were given that is now built into this budget you're about to present us?
I don't have the exact percentage, and then when we make considerations on giving raises, we were able to look at where we're going to get the money from to offset that. And we were looking at when we were having meetings with DHS and negotiating with lowering the rate, and then we were able to save the remaining of the year for it was probably, I know it's a few $100,000, and then we were able to use that and then to give a raise because we're looking at by using BHS, it's costing us more.
I understand
Right,
all that, but the way you make this sound is there were no raises given prior to February, or when it was that you all, when did they just recently renegotiate and approve a reduction in the VHS contract?
December. Like a week and a half ago.
Correct.
December.
So there's been 2 iterations of reduction with VHS?
Initially, we reduced the rate.
But
there were no
cancellation of the
raises
contract.
given from July to December.
No, it's not until, but that was in the discussion prior to the year end, and we will
So if
discuss
I were
about
to
that.
go in full payroll
And then
change,
we were looking at how much money we saved with VHS. We're using that to increase the pay for the detention officer. And by doing that, because we know by having a detention officer comparing with the full-time family benefits, it's saving us every one-to-one position. We are saving money for the county.
okay,
for the
so with
taxpayer.
that statement there, when you all were coming back and presenting to us that you were looking at ways of reducing the budget deficit, you were actually taking the projected savings and rolling them over into raises and staff costs and
I think when we lower the 5.8 to the 4.99, and that's to cancel the contract. That's two different issues there. That's the first one was to lower the rate, and we offset by using that money to do the raises.
okay. Right. Thank you, Steve.
See, I have a question. I see that in your estimates of need, you have a line item in your salaries that says raises. Are those the annualized raises that have already been given, or
No,
are they potential raises
It's
that
potential raises.
you intend to give
Right.
next
The
fiscal year?
reason why we have it on a separate line, so it doesn't get mixed up into the,
Okay.
so it's showing, and these are just a potential.
So then essentially the number that you have under full-time salaries under your proposed column, that $22 million number does include the annualized raises that you've already given.
Yes,
Okay.
and before we go into the, I have
Sure,
something
sure.
to read too.
So you do or do not have the dollar amount? I understand you
The
guys.
current pay is what's in the
I
Okay.
get that, but I think it's been established whether the raise that was given was appropriate or not. I know you said there was discussion, but I think we can all agree that discussion and decision are two totally separate things. But there were raises given this year, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Annualized.
Those raises were given recently, correct? They went on to payroll in end of
It was
February,
decided
March.
prior to,
I
it happened recently, January 20th. It was discussed way before that, but it was effective.
But
was effective
like I
in
said,
April.
discussed and decision are two totally separate things, and we're not gonna get into that. When was the raises appropriate, inappropriate, whatever? I don't care about that for this particular discussion. When did those go into effect?
For which raises?
Well, that's a good question.
No, wait.
The
No, no.
100.
The raises that you gave this
41,
year,
47.
this fiscal year, the year that we're in right now, when did you give raises?
The January 20th.
Okay, so the amount of money that you are paying this year for those raises is not annualized. That amount will be higher for next year because you'll have a full 12 months of that pay increase.
Correct.
So the question is, in this budget proposal, we see that you're asking for almost another $1 million for pay raises. What other amount is baked into your number here for pay raises that are going to be in effect for next fiscal year because of decisions made in this fiscal year?
Yeah, so that's the additional, and that is, if you look at.
Is that what you were asking for?
You did a much better job asking my question. Thank you.
It's listed on the payroll worksheets. It's towards the section 1 and there's a line, longevity pay, stipend, and then after that.
I've got on the 25-26, you've got longevity pay, which is $250,000. So I guess that's on top of any raises that were given. Stipend of $186,650, which I guess is on top of raises that were given. And then it has a part-time dollar amount of $259,000, and then overtime of a cool $1 million. So I got the sheet that they just handed me.
That's still coming.
So you said,
I'm looking
you
at-
said under longevity and stipend, it's got the,
I think you're at the wrong, not the wrong page.
You're looking at 25, 26. I was.
yeah, cause yeah, because, I mean, if we're looking, if I'm in the 25, 26 column, we've got the new raises that are contemplated for next year. And then it's got part-time and overtime, but I'm not seeing, I'm assuming those raises, the annualized amount is baked into these numbers above all of these individual line items. But the question is, how much is that?
I don't have the exact number for you, I can provide that later.
So when you guys decided, when you discussed in December and then made a decision, whenever you made a decision to give the raises, there was not a consideration of what the annualized amount was gonna be? I mean, you're finance, you don't know what that annualized amount is?
I know, but I don't remember every numbers. I mean,
Well, but that's something that's been like a huge talking point.
but I can provide that number here. I don't want to give you the wrong information right now because it's I don't want to put in public in records that give you wrong information. I can provide the actual
We'll
number.
put that in the unprepared, not wrong
Um,
information.
Your personnel costs basically are $3.3 million higher next year over this year.
Can I
Actually,
finish what my presentation
More than
before
that.
we go into all these questions? I have another statement that I need to make before we look into.
Okay, sorry, I came in late. I didn't realize you weren't.
No.
My bad, Steve.
Okay. Just a little bit summary of, okay, for the total expenses for FY 25. So it was 43.2 million. And the projected total expenses for this year are 44.2 million. That's an increase of 2.29%. As for FY 27, the estimate of needs is 48.7 million. And that's an increase of 4.52 million. We are projecting to generate about 6.3 million in special revenue to offset the cost. There is an increase of $817,626 in revenue, which is about 14.85% higher than what we able to provide this year. And we are only asking the county to bridge the gap for the remaining 42.4 million. And presenting an estimate of needs higher than what we projected for this year isn't a request for more. It is a request for an accurate budget that reflects the actual cost of meeting statutory and constitutional obligations. The estimate of needs I'm presenting today is the minimum of legal compliance required to maintain a safe jail. The estimate of needs for FY 27 has an increase of 4.52 million. And of the 4.52 million, $924,888 will go to health premium. And we have an increase in staffing, so that number will go up. And about 1.18 million goes to the payroll raises that we are proposing and benefits. And the remaining 2.4 million due to cost increase in food and inmate supplies, medical services, utilities, and legal fees. And everything is trending up, and just utilities. And the last 4 months, the bill, everything has gone up. And that's a big jump in rate. And then we just got notified by Benchmark that provide our food services. They're going up by 6% on the price of food. And across the board, everything and material and what we provide for inmate supplies and everything is covered. And we do our best to find the best price, but we still have to provide what we need to do at the jail.
So let me, I've got a few questions here. First, I'd like to get out of the way, what amount increase are you asking the county to give you next year
Oh, the total request?
3.6.
Total request is 42.4.
I'm sorry, what, how much more are you asking the county to provide you next fiscal year versus your revised budget in this year?
42,460,000.
Yeah, 42, that's what we requested.
3.6
And what we received this year is 8.
or 3.7.
Where is that number? I mean, I just,
Yeah, let me do the math.
It's on the budget request sheet.
What we received this year.
It's about 3.7.
33.
Now that includes the supplemental.
well, that's what I'm getting at. It's not a 3.6 or 3.7 because you guys got one-time bailout dollars. So what I want to know is, everybody around the table here, when we did our estimate of needs and when we're asking the county to fund potentially more in our budgets, we go off of our February number, the numbers that are pulled at the end of February, which are reflective of our revised budgets at the September supplement. So any additional, that's not what we're talking about. What was the amount that you were given for this fiscal year, not the bailout dollars? What were you given versus what you're asking?
Well, so it'd be
We asked both of
3.7
them.
plus
We
4.9.
asked the total amount. So that's what we asked current fiscal year, the total amount, and this is what we ask next year.
Plus
What-
the 4.9.
Right, what we received was what we asked.
So
That's the number we asked.
So how much more are you asking next year
So
for the county?
how much more? So the math is the difference of, you do the math, you take 42.465 million minus what we received from the county today.
Which was
There.
what?
So let's do the
It's
math.
3.7.
Give me a moment.
Go ahead and do the math. I want
Christie.
8.7.
8.7 additional.
8.7.
Thank you,
Okay.
Christie.
I mean, that's not even, but
Yeah. So you're asking the county to fund $8.7 million more. Okay. If you guys don't mind, I got just a couple more things. When we go back, because I want to make sure that dollar amount's right. On your revenues, your estimate of earnings here, do you have current ARPA projects ongoing?
Just for 6 months.
I know, but how much are those large
I have that number.
ARPA amounts?
The ARPA projection we are going to receive, let's see, ARPA.
it's a lot.
285,879.
Okay, well, in your estimate of earnings, you've got $514,582.20 of what you're gonna receive for ARPA reimbursement.
For 1 year.
This is.
That was last year. So this year, with the new year, we're getting 6 months.
But this is your estimate of earnings for next year.
No, that's a 90% of what we received.
I know, but those 90%, you use those numbers to help figure out your
Right,
revenues
but
that you can have for the
when
next
I do
year.
the projection, I have an income statement that we do that, and then, so I put that a 6 months number, not a 1 year number. We just projected we are receiving 6 months.
On your earnings here, though, yes, it says 90% normally recurrent sources of preceding year, but that's normally recurrent. If
Right,
you're
right.
not going to receive that.
So what you see on there, it's just a standard form that we always do what we received in FY26, and then I just do a 90% to fill that column. But when I do the calculation on the budget, I only count it as a 6 months.
I think the ARPA is something that, I know the form is the standard form, but the ARPA probably is one that we know we should have probably put the lower amount.
Yeah, that's my point.
Right.
This
It's
is,
just a-
this is normally recurrent, but if it's an item that you receive money on in 1 year, but it's not normally recurring.
It's just a weird thing, ARPA's just.
I know, I just do exactly what the form asks.
but the form says normally
I'll take
recurrent,
notes, I'll
and that's
correct
not.
that, yeah, and I can
What,
fix it.
what I'm trying to make sure of is that we're not gonna turn around and be $300,000 short.
Oh, no,
Because your
no, I can
revenues-
assure you that we got the number right on here already.
Was that sheet provided to us?
No, this is my worksheet that I calculated the number. Yeah, I can show everyone.
And then I'll memorize it?
No,
So
no,
I'm not
no,
trying to be smart,
because
but
Cody brought up that question, so I'm trying to explain, I just fill out the form like how I was.
right, but your revenue projections here are 90% of your last year's, which really isn't an accurate
Okay.
number for us to go by. If you have actual revenue projections, that would be helpful. And I do have a question about revenue projections, but I won't see it finish.
No, you can go ahead, because
Yeah,
mine,
but-
Well, so here's my question. If your revenue projections are off, where will that shortfall come from? If you don't collect what you're anticipating to collect now, you said how much, 7 million?
Well, 6.3.
6.3 million?
Yeah, when we
Let's
do,
say you,
when
let's say you collect 4 million. Where will the other 2.3 come from? Because you,
we will make adjustment, we will have to adjust as it goes around, if we see our revenues are going up, and then we will have to look for cuts.
okay.
And when I do the projections, and I know it's very misleading about the 90%, and because I know we're getting more than that. That's why I put that number out there, the 6.3 million. If you look at the 90%, it's way lower than what we see this year.
Now, my other question about revenues, because I don't have that sheet. Have you considered, incarceration fees? I know that,
Yes.
that by and large, that the people that you see can't pay incarceration fees.
Yeah, it's always
But if
a
I
line,
get
it's always a
arrested-
line item for that.
There is a line item for that, because they're not being collected now.
They are. Well,
Incarceration fees?
well, if,
Like, if I get arrested, you can charge me if I can.
We give them a bill, yes.
Okay.
we got money received when we count every month, and we have $170, $180 here and there. People that in jail, they don't have the money.
Statutorily, that that's supposed to go on their J&S, and it's supposed to be collected through the court clerk's office and supplied to you guys.
Correct.
That's not happening now, right?
We present them a bill.
That's that.
I heard what you said, you present them a bill. My question is, statutorily, it goes on their J&S, and it becomes collectible fees on their case. It's a legal fee to be collected, and it gets paid through the court clerk's office, and we forward that to you.
Correct.
That is not occurring now,
Yeah, it's
correct?
right. We have it.
You're giving them a bill, you're not going through the statutory process, right?
No, not necessarily, no. We'd have to go through a third party, and that's also gonna cost more money, so we don't look for that in our budget.
Okay, you're not going through the statutory process of putting it on the J&S, is that correct?
They receive a bill for it, it goes to the courthouse.
Does it go on their judgment and sentence?
Yes.
That's the check I
I'd like to
receive
see
from
it.
her office every month, about $4,500 a month.
Yeah. And you forward that to me, an example of a J&S where it's appeared on there. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
See, so you do have, when you brought all your numbers up to fit these forms, you do have a document that shows your, kind of like what we were looking at.
Yeah, just like we had previously, and
Is that something we can get?
yeah, we can provide that, yeah. And it just show the monthly on every
Right.
yeah.
Is it possible to get that same, it's the big spreadsheet, that was handed out to the jail trust, showing the 4.9 shortage? Budget
Yes.
board didn't receive it, I don't know.
Yeah, it was, I think it was in this form, and this is a summary of the total
No,
for the
it's the
year.
big one. I think, Brady, didn't you have it and turn it into the clerk?
I'm sorry,
The
what was
big
it?
sheet from the jail trust that showed everything and it got to the 4.9, but it was the detail, the big 8.5 by 11 sheet.
Yeah, we have it, we can provide.
Showed the 4.9.
I think Cassie can pull that.
We've had a lot of meetings. Do you remember what that one was from? It was our one where we recessed them back and forth, so that would be. I don't have it.
It was the
The first or the 31st, yeah.
So see on the front part when we get it, it's just a form, you put stuff down 80-90%. Those you really didn't use numbers. You really didn't use like this bottom number.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Christy, are you talking about the one that they provided?
Yes.
Okay, because the 31st is the one that you provided.
Because as far as I remember, that's the form how I was entered
Yeah,
every year.
as long as you didn't try to use this for anything, okay.
No, that's why I always say, why is the form even there?
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense.
Because you have several revenue sources that wouldn't
Yeah,
necessarily
like RFI is down to
need to
6
count on.
months. Yeah.
There's like 4. Cassie, I can wait on that. It's okay.
I think I've got it. It's
Yeah.
there.
I don't need to look, I just wanted to get a copy of something. Not even right now. Thank you.
See, do you know how many, not including medical personnel, what your average employee count for this fiscal year has been?
Average employee count. I can, that's a number, I don't keep track of that number, and then HR will probably be able to provide the number, I can give that to you.
North or south of 300?
It's north, yeah. Well, no, wait, minus,
Yeah,
we
minus
have about
medical.
55 medical staff right now. And then, so we've been at around 340, so it's about 290, around that number.
Okay, so last year, not counting medical, you were budgeted for 320 FTEs. So if you were at 290, that means you were 30 employees short.
No, actually, last year, we actually had a higher number.
You sure about that?
That we budgeted for, yeah.
Because I'm showing total number of employees for 25-26, 383 employees.
Last year.
63 medical.
So minus.
My math is 383
yeah, so
minus 63 is 320.
Sorry.
Okay. So if you average 290, then you, throughout the year, you have 30 vacancies.
Right, and that's what we use for VHS.
But you're looking at
And that's the one that
next year, not only being able to fill those 30 positions that you have not been able to fill in 6 years, you're asking for 27 additional positions.
for DO. 30. We're asking for more DO positions. In our new budget, yeah.
36, 413 minus 383, I think it's 30.
Yeah.
Well, but they're asking for 3 more medical, from 63 to 66.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah.
So we fully fund you for 30 that you didn't have this year, plus another 27, so that's 57 bodies. And if you're, I mean, that's probably a $90,000-$95,000
Yeah.
ish.
Yeah, that's what we're asking for. I mean, if it's not approved, the budget's not approved, I mean, we
Well, but hang on now, this group and budget board does not approve your budget. They don't approve your
Oh, I
budget.
get that, I understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying that that's what we're putting on here to tell you, this is our estimate of needs. And then it's up to the final numbers, what the budget approvers then will spend accordingly.
But you didn't this year.
Well, it's a past, and I'm here to present next year's, so. And,
Well, but the.
And we need detention officer, we always need them to do the job, and we are
That's the
understaffed.
prologue. I mean,
We're understaffed, we all know that, we're understaffed, and that's why we contract.
But you're not understaffed because you weren't given the money, because you didn't spend as much money as you were given on
Right.
detention.
On staff.
That's the point.
Well, we had to use the money to have people to come do safety checks.
Because you didn't have the employees.
But
We-
even
you
at
had
that,
the-
if you're paying somebody contractually to do a job that a detention officer, some other staff would do, then you're not understaffed. You're spending the money for staff on a person that you're paying a higher rate because it's a temp service essentially. So those bodies are equal.
Because the position we budgeted those positions, and then we couldn't hire people because.
But you hired someone via a contract that took the place of someone that was provided for as a regular FTE, so.
But we couldn't hire them, and because of pay, that's why we make adjustment to raise their pay so that we can save money. Because we need someone to do safety checks. It's not a choice. We have to provide that. And it costs money to do that.
Whether
and-
you hire them directly or you're paying for them through a contract service, the body is the same. So the number of people would have been the same.
The body is not exactly the same. The VHS contract staff does certain things that detention officers are unable to do. So they provide safety checks and welfare checks, but they do not provide full officer.
I understand that, but we're understaffed claim is, that doesn't compute.
So replacing the VHS contract, there will be things that are not done now.
What do you mean?
Well, you said that there are things that VHS does that detention officers cannot do, and so.
That's not what I said. VHS staff is doing
I
certain
think that's
things
exactly
that
what she
detention officers cannot do.
I
Or
think,
are
I
unable
think,
to do. Example,
I think she
VHS staff,
misspoke, Mike.
VHS staff only do site checks. Detention officers will do site checks, but VHS staff can only do site checks, which means they're not fully doing the full job of a detention officer.
Right. So they're able to do more site checks with fewer people, is your point. VHS is, because they don't have the other responsibility.
Correct.
So going into next year, you'll have, if you're able to figure out a way to make this budget a reality, you'll have 57 more employees doing things that you couldn't do before, right? But you're still asking for the same amount of part-time and overtime dollars as you had this past year.
No, it's different amount.
Well, you split it up different, but the dollars about 720 plus 600,000 is $1.32 million.
Right.
Is what you're asking for next year. This past year, you
We
said,
asked for more.
huh? You asked for more next year.
No, we asked for less. If you look at the two numbers, last year and this
I'm
year
looking
and
at
next
your
year.
25-26 total budget salary. You've got part-time $259,164, and you've got overtime $1 million.
Right.
$1 million plus
That's current year.
259 is
Current year.
1.25.
But next year we asked for 600,000.
You asked for 600,000 in overtime and 720,000 in part-time. That's $1.32 million. That's more than 1.26. See, I know you said that we're talking about next year, not this past year, and it's new and it's different, but it's still, we're still having some of the
I see the
same.
part-time line, yeah.
He's adding part-time and overtime for both years in comparison.
Yeah, so now that maybe you understand where I'm at, you're
Yeah.
talking about adding 57.
For the FY 25-26, the part-time number is not, it's incorrect, yeah. It's higher than that, because that's for the hospital guard.
So you're saying your estimated need is wrong?
That number there is wrong, not the estimated needs. I might have to look at the estimated need, what was put in there. That was just
Your axles are wrong? Is that what you're saying? For
that
25,
line, just that
26.
line.
No, none of the other lines are wrong, just that one, because we found that one.
Well, that's when I copy over, I think that was the wrong amount. It should be, the part-time should be the same amount. Yeah, because that's a hospital guard, and that's how much we spend. We spend about $60,000 a month in part-time every month.
So I think maybe the question was, do you anticipate still needing that
Yes,
even with the full staff?
yes.
Okay.
Brooke, do we have somebody available on Zoom right now?
See, I'm gonna ask a question that I think was asked earlier. What is the annualized amount of all the raises you gave this current fiscal year?
This is the third attempt to get this answer.
Well, like I said before, and I don't have the exact number, but we can provide it.
Okay. Yeah.
Taking notes.
You understand my question?
Yeah.
The raises
Right.
given this year, what's the
Yeah, because when
annualized?
we were deciding, we were looking at towards the end of the year when we lower the rate and then we make adjustment and how much money we have. At that time, we are looking at the near future, try to get detention officer to replace the VHS. Because the longer we keep VHS, it's going to keep costing us more money. We try to reduce that. So we had to make a quick decision by making, we had a meeting with VHS and then they agreed to work that with us. And that's our goal. And now we cancel that contract, so we're hoping that with the raise given, we're able to hire a detention officer for next year. That way, they can do their job effectively, and then cost less money.
Well, we all hope that that is a success.
Yes, that's our goal.
But when we look back at history, the last time you guys gave a 15% pay increase, that your staff numbers fell precipitously starting like 2 months after that. So, and we were told that you were doing those raises and you were lowering FTE counts to pay for that. This was back in, I believe, 2021, and that you weren't going to be asking for more FTEs the next fiscal year at any amount, but you did. You asked for an increase at a higher amount. So hang on. Let me get to. I was kind of setting the question up. My concern is now you do raises, and if the numbers still continue to fall, what's your solution? Where do you, because you're already at my understanding from what I've heard, if the starting is 47,000, which I've heard some mixed numbers on that, whether it is 47,000 or whether it's north of there once somebody gets out of the academy, but at the 47,000, my understanding is that's the highest starting pay in the state. I mean, DOC, anybody. Now, I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. So I'm hoping that your salary increase attracts and retains people. But I've had this conversation. I know many people around the table have had this conversation that salary isn't the only. I mean, it is a piece of the calculus. It's a piece of the puzzle, but it is not the only thing. There are other pieces that make up a workforce to be able to keep that workforce in place and attract people to come in. It's not all money. I mean, if things don't change and you're giving somebody $3,000 more a year than they got the year before, their frustration limit may go a little bit longer, but it's not going to go a whole lot longer unless you fix other things. So.
No, I agree. There's not just the money. There's other things that we are responsible of who we hire and then how we train them to do their job, and that way we can retain them and to save money, because training is too much. It costs too much money for training, and then we train them for 2 months, and then this is the best training we provided, and if we cannot retain them, and then we have to start all over again, and it's costing a lot of money.
Well, we hear both with the current year bailout money and looking forward into the next fiscal year, the whole discussion about constitutional versus statutory, and I know there's stuff in here that's statutory, right? Not, or discretionary, not constitutional. I had sent an email over to your staff with 17 questions trying to delineate what expenses you had in certain categories, and I have heard crickets. I mean, there's been nothing, and it's been, over a month since that was sent. You know where you are in formulating answers to those questions? Because I know for me personally, that will be helpful.
Yeah, I was not involved
Looking
in
at that and going
I'm
back
here
to
just to present the budget for next year. And if I may throw a number to you, this is how much DHS employee, and at that time when we made the decisions, and then it was about 48.26 rate, and for 40 hours a year, what it's costing us $100,380.80 a year. With our current pay officer with the full benefits, family, and it's 81,000.
About
That-
21,000.
That's
That's
81,000 per person per year, and then we have 30, so 30.
On family?
a
No,
full
he's talking
benefit.
about VHS. the
No,
cost
I
of
know,
VHS
I know,
person
that was
versus-
$100,300.
Mhm.
And you said if you had somebody in-house and they had
That's
full
with the current
benefits,
pay that we-
family, and you said that's 81,000?
The total.
See, that doesn't make sense to me because when we did the math the other day on an employee for an assistant for the county manager, the salary was $50,000, right?
Okay.
And then
With benefits.
With benefits?
no,
No,
the salary was 50,000. Now there was like $5,000 of travel, so we can back that out. But when you add the ancillary expenses, which was like $5,000 of travel, by the time you add the medical and the 19.65, it was it $95,000? I think is what we came to, 93, something like that. So I mean,
No,
Yeah,
when you
that
do
would be
47,000.
Yeah, 47 times 1.2, and then plus 25 would be around 81 and change.
Okay, I have a
that's
question on
with
the
the
47.
19.65.
I just only put 20% out.
Okay.
So can you, this is kind of a follow-up to Jody's question. The 47,500 for
5,000 in travel.
new
5,000
detention officers, is that right?
When after graduation.
After
Yeah,
graduation,
47,000.
after they complete the academy.
And then how quickly do they progress
1 year.
1 year, and that's to how much? To 50?
Mhm.
Okay, so 40, and when they're hired on during the academy, how much is that?
It's like 3,333 is the number during the academy.
Yeah, during the
I don't know
8
if
weeks, yeah.
Okay. So, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, what kind of numbers did you have for your academy that started at the beginning of the month?
We have currently a class of 20 waiting for
For next
the May
month.
4th,
There's a new one coming out
academy.
next month.
We have
I thought
actively.
there was an April.
No.
We
We
postponed
had
it
to move it
because
up because
we don't want to spend money on the cadets because of the budget situation.
Do I remember, does anybody remember what it was that Kimray said in the meeting that he was gonna be upset if it wasn't? I thought it was 50.
I mean, we're trying.
Right, right. That,
That's
which
the goal.
kind of just goes back
That's
to
the
the
goal.
point of,
I think our
Money ain't
current,
everything.
we have set, I think 20 are currently there, and we have 5 more starting before the academy starts on May 4th.
I don't know.
So when, 4,080,
So you guys still have your total medical contract?
under VHS.
Uh,
I think
we have 5 or 6 positions that's already started. We're not getting new one because we are having them fill our opening positions.
when they finish their
That's why we
contract.
increased the additional 3 positions. And then we have some opening currently. So the six total medical employee, we will recruit them and hire them to fill our openings.
The ones with total medical contract provided and now you're.
Yeah, we're not getting any new one, we just use up what they provided so far.
So do you have anything for the, so is there anything in the budget for next year for a total medical contract?
No. No VHS, no total medical, yeah.
Was the total medical?
It's under professional medical.
Yeah.
At your high, do you remember how many VHS employees you had at any given time?
At our highest is 30.
That's what I
That's
thought.
over 30.
Okay.
Occasionally we'll have about maybe 33 just because a lot of times they'll drop off before the academy is done or whatever, so we try to keep about 10 a shift.
And what was the cost approximately,
A week.
a month?
Uh,
You pay by the month, I assume.
Yeah.
It's what they invoice is weekly, so it's about
When,
40, around 50,000.
Initially last year when we started, or when I took on that contract, it was about 68,000 a month. I mean, I'm sorry, a week, so that's about what?
Well, some are 50, 55
Yeah.
a week. And then now it's about 40,000
how many, okay, now it's about 40,000, how many bodies would that equate to?
We still have 28, but because we reduced the contracts twice since then,
Mhm.
so that's why it's cheaper. Like last week was 37,000. The invoice you sent me was about 30-some thousand, and that's significantly
So-
less from where we used to be at.
For approximately $160,000 a month, that's 37, how many, what's?
28.
28 bodies in the facility.
Correct.
And we just established, and I understand there's different duties, we just established that it's $81,000 for a new employee.
Detention officer, yes.
So for what you're paying for VHS, 160, that's 2 employees. 17 bodies, 2 employees.
And they're doing just site
That's a
checks.
total.
I understand that. Okay.
One other question on your projections for next year on the revenue side. I think you guys were gonna look at the jewel stuff. And the jewel vapes.
Oh, that, yeah, the commissary, that's the part that
Part of commissary.
yeah, it's part of commissary, and then, that's the one that we increased, that
160.
we increased the commissary. Yeah, we increased,
My bad. Yeah.
1,500, I mean, 1.5.
Yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, thanks, Ron.
Am I missing
See, commissary, commissary, so we increased it from one.
it? It's not on.
Oh, that's a revenue, that's expensive.
Oh, right. Okay, but you think most of that's from, are you guys adding jewels?
No.
I mean, you're doing that. Yes.
Yeah, and then we're.
I don't know why I said.
So we're doing we're looking at doing the in-house commissary cost, and then, so that way we're not sharing the profit with the vendor, and then try to, we're using our current stuff, we're not adding additional stuff, and we're using the inmates to do the job.
Can we, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna kind of go through the revenue projections since I don't have the luxury of having your sheet.
Don't look at this.
No, I know, that's why I'm getting ready to look at this to get updated numbers. So what do you have,
He's gonna give
general,
us.
is he gonna give us that sheet? Because
Can we make copies of it? Yeah.
that'd be awesome, then I don't have to ask all those questions.
Is that? No.
Hey, see, on your, professional services legal, it looks like you're going up $223,357. Do you know what that's for?
That's for all the legal, I think.
That's over $500,000.
And that's outside legal?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, that's why I'm asking.
I think my notes is on there.
Oh, on the sheet she did? Uh-oh.
The legal. It's because we have like, how many?
54,451?
Yeah, you see all the litigations and everything, it's, yeah.
So you're anticipating a $250,000 increase in that, and then you brought on 5 legal services staff that with benefits, and if they all took family, I don't know if they did, but that's $622,000. So that plus that 200, so you're anticipating legal expenses being $846,087 more next year than what it was this past year.
Yep, that's what. No, we're looking at the bigger picture to prevent any more lawsuits and to save money.
Well, I just, the previous year they did it for $200,000 with the DA's office.
That's the DA's contract replaced over 220, right?
I don't know.
See, could you tell me what, and I'm looking at your detailed budget. professional services medical line item entails? It's the one ending in 54,453. Can you tell us what that number was?
Total medical contract.
Total medical contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is the contract for, is it Heritage? Heritage?
Oh, Heritage is under the outside, that is 54037.
Previous page, then, if it's 36.
54037.
Prisoner care?
It's under prisoner care.
Prisoner care, yeah.
That's Heritage?
And that's
Oh, wait,
all-
no, it's 540, it's the next one. The next one.
The 54453, is that the one that you're talking about?
Prison care cap.
39.
National Service and Medical.
So prisoner care, and Heritage is the entity that reviews your bills.
The medical bills, yeah.
And my understanding was, and perhaps I'm thinking of the wrong contract. My understanding was that you all had negotiated a rate per bill
Yes.
from $40 down to $12. But you're anticipating, even at that discounted rate, that we're going to see an additional $120,000.
Because of medical costs, we're expecting, anticipating the cost is gonna be higher for next year. And then I did subtract the 65,000 that we're saving from negotiating the new contract.
Okay, so is there something other than the contract in that line item?
Pharmaceutical, the pharmacy, so that one I did, increase the medical prescription price to go up a little bit for next year.
So the 54,039 includes your contract with Heritage
And,
for medical bill review
and the inmates medication.
and medications.
Yep.
So what are we anticipating the cost of those two items to
I was
be?
putting it around 3%, and then I get the new number, I subtract the 65,000 that we are saving.
We went from 40 to $12.
Right, we save 65,000 a year. It's the processing fee, that's how much. So 65,000 a year, we save about 5,000 something a month by negotiating the contract, But the medical cost, and the prescription is gonna, I'm anticipating the price is gonna go up.
Going back to legal just a second, outside of your three in-house attorneys that you have, are you, or do you have any more than the
We
three?
have two others,
I was gonna say, do you have any outside legal
yes,
as well?
yes, yeah, so there's another line under professional, that one too, we have to pay
Deposition fees,
right,
expert
and all
witness
that,
fees.
those are all under there, like professional reporters and we pay them.
That's under the professional services.
Legal, in their line too.
But where you itemize, I think it's where it's called, where you lift out your staffing, it says legal services, there are 5 individuals.
Yes. And the 5 are the 3 attorneys, and then we have the legal assistant, paralegal, and a legislator liaison.
And are those all new positions in the last year?
The legal assistant, we move her from training to be the legal, so we just transfer that position.
But the position itself is new, because she came from training to a legal
Right,
assistant.
so we didn't fill that training position.
No, I'm not asking that.
Right.
Is your legal department, in essence, new during this current fiscal year?
The new addition, yes.
So the lobbyist as well?
Yes.
That's new to everybody, that you all have a lobbyist. That is new.
That's the projection, that's what we put, that's new, that's what the additional position for next year.
Are they there working right now?
We're not happy about that.
See, are they there working now?
Yeah.
You've not hired that?
No.
So, is that one of the things that you're looking at hiring with the
For next year.
dollars that the county gave you to finish out this fiscal year?
No, it was not included in current.
And the document that was just handed out to us, is this accurate or is this accurate? This one is accurate.
That's where I do all the calculations.
Because this is different than this. I mean, it's not just the part-time, the overtime for this current fiscal year is wrong on this document. And I haven't looked at any of the others to see if they're wrong as well, but that's at least. Yeah, we got 3 documents in front of us and there's no triangulation of any of them. They're all different.
So. Let's see, like, for example, on the projected shortfall sheet, it shows the FY '26 updated projection, let's just use salaries, for example, as 20.1. But on this sheet, it shows the FY '26 projection is 18.4, and then the salary aspect here is 21.1.
That's FY '26.
Okay, so yeah, right.
And then the project, the one is for FY '27.
What? No, I mean I'm talking about 26 to 26 to 26. So on this sheet, it shows the updated projection is 20.1, and this one shows the FY '26 projection as, I guess, 20.3. If you summarize all that together, so it's $100,000 off. And then on the estimates of need for FY '26, it shows 21.1. So we're just not really sure which document to reference.
Which one did CJA, they approved this, right?
This one.
Okay. Brandon, the one that's approved by CJA this year is the actual estimate.
The one that's signed by the chairman.
Are we missing some pages, you know, in our estimate needs when we're asking for new positions, those are specifically outlined, I'm not seeing that. Am I maybe missing a page?
What's that?
When, in our estimate needs that we fill out, there's a section for anticipated new employees.
Correct.
Correct? In what I have, I'm not seeing where they break out new employees.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, Christie, to your point, so, I mean, how do we proceed forward with this? So, and I get the jail trust approved this as the estimates of need, but if the numbers that are projected from last year aren't matching with what they approved, how could they have possibly approved something not knowing what the rollover or any of the numbers might be? I mean, they've already approved it, so that's fine, but so how would we go forward with that information, I guess? So I know what number to actually bring back.
Oh, it doesn't have, it doesn't have new positions, right? We just learned they're gonna hire a lot. Right. Yeah. Right.
So, see, I'm curious if you have broken out, because you said earlier that all of these would be constitutionally required to provide, but I think we could agree a lobbyist travel budget, like some of the things would be constitutional requirements of the county to provide. Have you broken that out at all of what you might be able to go without if you aren't in receipt of the full ask?
That's part of the questions that I submitted, trying to figure out what their needs were in various areas.
I'm just looking, since this is broken out kind of at the object level, so you can see some of the things. I mean, a $45,000 travel budget, what part of that would be constitutionally required for
That's for the
services?
training for the employees to to do, train them to do a better job.
Yeah, I just know a lot of departments within the county do go without travel budgets, so, when we were looking at, I mean, it's a small amount in the grand scheme, but when we're looking at every
I mean,
dollar,
like
I think it does matter.
association meetings and conference, they go there to learn the new standard and all that, so those are.
I think they said they were cutting all travel for the rest of the year.
Do you have any more for him? See, I have one for you. I kind of like to go maybe line by line. Current year, in your finance department, you list 4 individuals. Estimate needs for next year, there are 5. Is the 5th person new?
Was hired in this year, yeah. Earlier. Yeah, no, she's from, see this, she was in a different position than the transfer to finance, yeah. She's a clerk in a different department, and that position was not filled. So we transferred her to finance.
Okay, so finance last year, 4 people was, this is just salary dollars, 240,000.
Wait, hold on, let me correct. No, 4 positions, right, that's correct, and then we added a new position for budget administrator. Okay, yeah, that's the additional position.
I see where you're going.
So you were budgeted at 4, but you hired. So you were budgeted at 4, but then you brought somebody else in. So you have 5, but you were only budgeted for the 4.
And that's part of the restructuring. And then in 1 year, I worked for 3 CEOs and jail administrator, and then everything within 6 months, I have 3 jail administrator and CEO. So everyone make adjustment, and then they restructure everything, and then things happen during that time. And to be honest, I mean, it's so hard to even keep up with that.
Well, but it's asked of this board and then budget board to keep up with it. And for instance, you said you were budgeted for 4 finance positions, but you guys decided to add a 5th position, and then come to the county and say, we're gonna lose all of our money. We have to.
And we may not come here to discuss here, but we do make the decision. We go through all the positions, we eliminate positions, we save money. We're no longer using a painter from outside. We save money, and then I have a spreadsheet that tracks the changes. It shows how much money we save for position we eliminate, and then we create position, make sure that we are not exceeding our budget.
Well, so can we get information on that? I mean, it looks like this is the number for FY 25-26, the number of positions that were budgeted. Is that right? On the estimate of needs, I'm assuming, but I mean, it may not be right. That's
for which one?
This sheet here, where it has 25-26, the current fiscal year, and it's got like CEO 1, administration 14, administration assistant 1. Those are the positions that were budgeted. Is that right?
That was the number that came from last year's document.
Okay, so that's what that was. Do you have something that shows what you have in those positions right now? Because, for instance, the beef up in your legal department, you go from 0 to 5, and it sounds like you have at least 4 of those there now. Where are they on this in 25-26? Because you've been paying for them, but they're not listed.
And that's part of the decision made by the administrator, and then they restructure with the money, and some of the money that we pay for legal expenses, and they will move to payroll.
But we don't see any of this stuff, and then you come in and you're going to be short X number of dollars, but you're making decisions to bring on, more staff, do all kinds of different things, and then we're just, I guess, supposed to fund it.
No, I understand your concern. I mean, but these are operational decisions handled by the jail administration. So I want to be careful about what I speak on their behalf. So,
but they sent you here to answer questions.
But I'm here to talk about the budget for next year. But if you need more, I will refer you to them to provide you the correct answers.
Is it possible I know what you've placed in your estimate of needs with regard to staffing for FY 25-26. Is it possible to get an accurate reflection of what the staffing is as of today by position and salary?
Yes, I
By
believe
these
that would be very,
categories.
that would be very similar to the one that we provided, I think probably a few months ago, with all positions.
So,
Yeah,
see,
the categories just don't match up with this, because remember, there were a bunch in just what appeared to be secretarial, but I think you cleaned some of that up on this one. Yeah, so for us to compare them, we gotta guess what matches. I think what Joe's asking is, based on these categories that you have on this sheet, can we get the number that you have in those positions today?
And like some of the job description has changed. So it's you're gonna have to like go compare one to one individual. We have 340 something employees that you're gonna have to go line by line and match everything.
I assume you had to do that to get these numbers.
Yes, we have our worksheet that we do our tracker. It's called our FTE tracker that we track. We have all positions available, and then we have what positions are filled and what positions are vacant. And the budget, we have the column that shows FICA and then the retirement and the total cost of budget. We have longevity pay. Everything is on there. Part time, overtime. We track those. And then when administrator make changes, and then they restructure the whole thing. So we move people around within, and then title change, everything.
So could they get a copy of that document that you're talking about? So it would be a public record.
I'm not sure, but I would have to let the jail administrator discuss that, because that's a document that we don't. Yeah, I'll let him decide on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Quick question. On the 25-26, you have communications 2. On the anticipated estimate of needs for next FY, you have PIO 4.
Okay. We added, or we restructure PIO. Okay, we have a record clerk and custodial clerk. What's that? The library position? Records. Yeah, we added the two positions, yeah. And
So-
they are the one that's providing all the documents for legal and all the courthouses when they request information. Open records, yeah.
So where would the corresponding employee be for what you're telling me is a records clerk under the PIO heading be in the FY 25-26 positions?
That's the increase from this year to next year, from 2 to 4.
Right, I asked what encompasses the PIO, and you said there were two clerks. I assume the PIO
And a
is
marketing manager.
a what?
A marketing manager was under him.
A marketing manager.
He was on the different position in all, not just marketing. She does like all the design flyers, the website, and the social media page.
So you have a PIO and 2 clerks, plus a marketing manager that now encompass the PIO line.
Right, because the marketing manager was on separate.
Where were those people, because of the restructuring, if I want to try to look at the 25-26, under what line items would that be? Communications?
It was under communications.
So that's PIO and that's only 2 positions.
2 positions.
Yeah, we added another
So
position.
you've added 2 additional positions.
Just one additional, from 3 to 4.
You went from 2 to 4.
Communications?
Communications had 2. PIO is 4 next year.
Marketing was under. And we added the writer's position. Oh, The PI previously were under the administrator. When you go look at the.
That eliminated 7 under
So
administration.
PIO used to be under, yeah,
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
And
Now
there
we
were
move.
2 clerks then under, or one clerk and a marketing manager were under communications, and you've since added a 4th person,
Yes.
a new hire.
No.
It's a transfer from another department. It's a restructuring.
Okay, so again, to my question, where did that person come from?
She came from. She was doing background checks, investigator.
Would that be administration? Would that be administrative assistant? Investigations? Clerk?
Investigations.
Okay, so that's -1 in investigation, so you had
No,
9.
investigations was 9 and now it's 9
It's
for
9
next year.
again, so you backfilled that position.
I don't know what happened.
Aaron, what'd you say?
The budget has increased there.
Neither do we.
Investigations.
There's
I
no
think-
way I can remember all of this.
Yeah, I think Joe had started to ask on the finance earlier, you went from 4 to 5. But your 4 people was, 240,000. You see that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Okay, on your finance line
Oh,
item,
yeah.
you went from 4 employees to 5 employees. Your 4 employees were at a cost of 240,500-ish. And your new is 405,000, so that's an increase of 160,000. Do what?
164.
Yeah, for the
470.
one additional in finance. Does that seem, I mean, you were averaging 60,000 per person in finance and you just added 140 with a 5th. So 2 and a third times.
160,000.
Okay. Sorry, Jim, I just.
No, I appreciate,
Piqued my interest when you started the
I had
question.
forgotten where I was going, thank you.
See, who's doing your legislative services now?
We don't have any.
And why do y'all feel y'all need one?
Well, that's the jail administrator questions.
And was that lobbyist approved by the trust? That new position, was it approved by the trust?
I don't know anything about that, so
It's under legal, it's under legal
I'm not
services,
involved
John,
in
so
that.
yes.
I'm just here to present the budget.
I mean, I was in the meeting when the trust voted for this estimate of needs. And I do know that there was no mention of a lobbyist. Now, the position was here under legal, which, I mean,
Well, there's a lot of positions in there that's not mentioned. Okay, I mean, we cannot go to 343 position or 400 positions.
Oh, just the new ones.
But I'm
So
not,
30.
I'm not gonna speak on behalf of, and what was discussed between the administrator and the trust. And then, so I don't know anything about that.
And
As
to
I know,
reiterate what you
I
said
was
during the
told to
meeting,
do this budget, we
didn't have time to
present
look at
the
it.
numbers.
You just were handed it at that meeting.
right, which is why the sheriff's
Right.
office, whenever I was representing the sheriff's office, we abstained from, because it was,
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any assumption. I'm not sure what was discussed by them, and that's their decision to make. And I was just told to do this budget, put the numbers on the paper and present it.
See, FY 25-26 under positions, chaplain, 25,830. Next FY, it's contemplated 285,362.60. What?
We had a chaplain
Mhm.
that volunteered his time
Yes.
previously,
Uh-huh.
and then he retired, and then so he just be there to take a smaller paycheck, and then I think previous before him it was a full-time chaplain, and so now we have a full-time chaplain. Because that one he retired.
You have 2
So do you
full-time
have
chaplains?
two?
A chaplain and a clerical that help him.
I'd like to say thank you for completing the forms that we all use. That's something that we've asked for consistently from year to year, so I'm glad to see that we're working towards that. But I do have a couple questions, mostly in regards to the increases of salary. There's nearly $1 million for additional salaries for increases. Or does that money go to any individual, either at an existing job or a proposed job that has already received that within the last year?
Like the DO, the 5% that goes to the DO to lieutenant, yes, that will go to the one that received
That just received it, so they would receive an additional salary increase.
Right.
That they just received just within a couple of months.
Yeah, and that's the lower one at 5%, and then the 15 that go to clerk. So for the 6 years, and I've been there, and then the clerk only got the one-time raise, the 2.5% the county wide approved from 2 years ago, and so they're still making below level. So we try to at least get them to.
So is this more of an attempt to try to keep your staff so that you don't have the turnover and that you retain them and do these things?
So Mike, between the raises that they're asking, the new ones, not the ones that were just given, and their longevity pay and stipend pay, it's almost $1.4 million.
Right, yeah, I haven't gotten to this.
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good. And that's where I was going with the longevity and the stipend, is that's an additional $436,000 on top of that. Is that longevity and pay and stipend, does it go to those same individuals that are listed out as the DOs, the clerks, the housing monitors, and specialists?
The stipends only go to the officer that, what do you call him, the one that,
What do you mean?
the one that gets stipend.
Just the office.
If they are cleared, then they get a stipend.
Oh, those stipends you're talking
Right,
about.
yeah, these are for that.
Okay. Those are law enforcement.
Is there more than one stipend?
Well, we did, meaning
But the other
overtime.
one, yeah, we know, that's what we know with it.
That's the one that we stopped doing with the overtime. So the stipend he's talking about is the one we give for those who are CLEAT certified, additional pay for their CLEAT.
Do you happen to track how many people leave within, say, 6 months of receiving their CLEAT certification?
I know one that went to the sheriff's office. Two.
Went to the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
But between all those items, it's just over 1.423 million of a increase or potential increase if you award all the stipend and longevity pay.
Mike, if you factor in the increase on the FICA and the defined contributions,
Plus an additional 118.
you're north of 1.5.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, the front, that's the 118, yeah. I don't know, have any of the other estimated needs come forward with any salary increases or?
Several of them have got a 2.5%, and they said they were District 3 has it on there. 2.5%, or did I misread that? Which increases? For what? Salary increases, potential merit right now for us next year? Not on the estimate needs anyway. I'll talk to you about that after. This is not the time, but I may have misread it.
Yeah, I only knew of one that was planning very middle, like 9.
That's the only one I can think of. In the past, you know,
We've
we've
always,
had a mixture of some included some, and then
we've
once
always
we
approached
make it-
that at the end.
Right.
That's where I'm going with this is, we typically see that activity as we finalize things and prepare recommendations.
So Mike, your 1.5, those are just salary increases over, like, does that 1.5 include the annualized stuff from this year?
That I don't
How
know.
are we looking?
I'm just looking at future asks.
Kind of hard to determine that, Chris, because in the in the request, they have new positions, so it's not,
Right, the one that really show, I think,
That's
the detention officer position, that's the additional 20-something position.
okay, so to that C, when you look at detention officer on the FY 25-26 number of positions, it says 111. When you look at detention officer for the coming FY, it says 147. That's a difference of 36, but we,
36, and there's some of them that were coded, those are the additional positions, that's
So-
why.
it's 36, not 20. Here's your document if you're wondering.
Right, yeah, 111 and 147, yeah.
So it's 36, it's not 20. New DOs.
Or 36, I don't remember what number.
Well, and what I'm kind of confused on, if you look at the number of the budget for 25-26 for 111 DOs was 4,690,974.12. Yeah, I'm going by this document. I don't know if this is right or not, but that's what I'm going off of.
That was the initial, when we first submitted that number, the very first time.
So when I look at that number versus what you're asking for in detention officers for next fiscal year, which is the $6,981,004.84, okay? When I look at that, subtract those two numbers to figure out how much additional you're asking for, and then divide that by the 36 positions, it's almost $64,000.
Well, it's
Subtract those two numbers and divide it by the number of increased positions that you're looking at. It's 63,611.96.
Yeah, but that was with the rate. You have to count the one that got the raise too. You have to use that number. You cannot just use a difference number. The difference number is only 36, but when you do the average pay, you have to use the total 147. You don't just use the 36.
Okay, so I think you're getting the point that we were talking about earlier. We need to know what that annualized amount is for everybody else.
Let me check that real quick.
While we're reading, Cody, we anticipated a possible recess at some point.
Okay, it's got the number here. When you look at the total pay divided by the positions, for 147, and then that's the average of 47,489. That's what our current pay is. Then when you do the one from last year, the number for the current year is 111,464.6 million. That's the average pay of $42,000. So that's the increase was included in that number, from 42 to 47. That's how you compare them.
I'd kind of like to follow back a little bit to the raises of the 1.5 total is what we're looking at. I don't know if you're in the room, but we just discussed item 8 that we're looking at perhaps ask for a 4% reduction in an effort to save money. And here we are looking at a possible increase of over 1.5 million, somewhere in that range.
No.
While the other offices are potentially being asked to look at a 4% reduction, this is somewhat concerning.
Yep,
I'm not saying that they don't need it.
I got that on my note.
And that we don't. And I know you take your directions from different individuals, but it's a concern that we have. We have staff that we try to maintain and do the same. We have the same costs that you do in training. It's a different job, of course, but we too have to retain our staff to do all that's necessary. So it's just a concern I want to make note of.
Yeah, I will make sure I bring this note back to them and then we will look into it and everything we could do to help the county and we gotta work together and then save money.
No, I was just looking at the total number, not the actual.
Does anybody else have anything for C?
Tough spot to be in, and you handled yourself well, and I appreciate you, Steve.
Too many numbers.
It's a lot.
That is true. Too many numbers, Steve. Thank you. Oh, I do have one question. I've asked several times. Can anyone tell us the status of whether or not, for outside medical, you've negotiated a direct contract with providers at some rate lower than what the statutory OCGIB requirement is, or that you all or Heritage or someone is making sure that you're receiving the OCGIB rate for the care of these individuals as required by statute?
I am pretty sure that the medical they review them when before they bill us, they send us to the medical staff, they review and tell them this is correct. And then our discussions about doing directly with provider, and then that's what we have discussed before, and that's something that we want to look into, like a one-stop place that we can negotiate a rate with the hospital. And that's something that we're going to look into it.
Okay, and while you're looking at that, it's also been mentioned in here that there is a revolving fund at the state that you can apply to cover some of those medical costs. Have we made applications?
I am not sure about that, but I remember this was, okay, it's been discussed. Yeah.
Right.
Anything else for C? All right, C, I think I appreciate your time. If you could do your best to try to get some answers to some of the questions. And
thank you.
I would appreciate if you could follow up on the questions that I had sent over. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, if you don't mind, let's move on to BCC real quick. We got some folks here. I should have thought about this earlier. They're in from Tulsa. So let's go ahead and hear this one, and then we can entertain a recess or truck along. Paul, are you out here at 1 o'clock? In the building?
No.
What time do you have to leave?
About 5 minutes.
Okay, is there anything that you wanted to specifically hear and go over before you leave? Okay.
Still early.
Yeah, we're still early in the process. Okay, all right.
Hi. Good afternoon. So, we have prepared a budget for our behavioral care center. It was approved. We've had this conversation in previous BT meetings, but it was approved at P&G and BOCC, and then also at Budget Board in order to create a fund, Fund 341, in order to capture all of the expenses for the behavioral care center. So we wanted to be able to track our operational expenses, but then also be able to have a line item for professional services with Predux. And so it's a little bit different than when we've done it before, but we felt like we would be able to capture all the costs. So if you'll, and so in your notes, in budget detail, this is the outline of what their operational costs entail, and Creos is here in order to talk through that, but I'll start with our operational costs since Stacy and Dana and Keith are also with us. And so when we were discussing, and let me start with that this is really a placeholder budget because there are so many more discussions that need to be made in regards to transportation to and from the center until we have the new detention center complete. We're working really hard and have lots of meetings right now, trying to secure a food vendor, which I'm sure we'll touch on in regards to their operations budget. There is a vehicle that is budgeted in their budget that, if we should need to be able to transport food maybe back and forth to community detention center or JJC or whatever option we're able to find. So we're looking at all options. We're also looking at all ways to operate the behavioral care center that is most effective and responsible financially for the county. And so anywhere from whether or not we license it and operate it as a hospital, and perhaps we'll get into this more, a hospital, crisis center and residential, or if we operate it just as a crisis center residential, there's additional cost to operating as a hospital, which they can go and get into. And then of course also additional dietary needs if we operate as a hospital as well. So what we've presented for you today, there's an actual breakout that you have what the cost of 91 days of the first startup costs would look like. A lot of those entail first time, one-time cost, which include, let's start from the top. I'll get to the one-time cost. So one of the things, just starting from the top, that we had talked about, and whether or not it's most cost-effective in order to outsource facilities maintenance and the mechanical HVAC systems in regards to keeping up with all their warranty. And so we could go out to bid. We have received quotes, or at least a suggestion that could cost around $560,000. And so Keith can speak to this. He feels like we could have 3 facility employees that can work on facility maintenance. They also can get into their budget in regards to what they have budgeted for one of their staff members to provide some resources. But this is would be what Keith is $300,000, and so we haven't really finalized what this number looks like because we're trying to determine when we're going to open, whether it's April or if we're going to delay opening in regards to salaries. And so this is just more or less placeholder text. And so of course this would be less if we, right now we just split it out for 6 months if we opened in January. So these are the things that we have to figure out: when we're going to open, who we're going to need to hire, are we going to need that staff available, day one, whenever that opens. And so these are the things we're still trying to work through. So, but what Keith is telling us is that we can save money rather than outsourcing it. We can have 3 people internally that can take care of those needs. This is their, of course, FICA, defined contributions, and life and health premiums. The insurance for this property from January 1st until June 30th is $73,925. That is the property insurance and insurances that are included with that. And then utilities, Keith gave me a number of about $300,000. We don't know the exact. And so that's 6 months of, half of $300,000, which we budgeted for a year. And so as we learn more, as we open, as we get quotes, we can, do the research and get quotes as to what each one of those line items look like. The startup costs that I had talked about, Dane's here and he can speak to it. But what was not included, and the reason why we had to have Creos join us sooner than later, is there were so many decisions that we had to make, and Stacy can definitely speak to this in regards to FF&E, equipment. We made major changes to the actual architectural designs in order to be able to provide a pharmacy, which Creos can talk about further. But part of that was MIS, and you can see on the budget detail, MIS expenses that include the ports and WAPs and the UPS. And so these are those one-time expenses if you go to the detail. And if you'll scroll all the way down the bottom to my notes. And that total amount is $417,000. So back to the budget request. This is our professional services contract. The budget detail actually outlines where we're at right now in that process of understanding and learning. We went with the high end of what their professional services contract would look like for the first 91 days, and we are going to work really hard to get it down from there. We're looking at options such as opioid abatement settlement funds that would be eligible for use based off of Exhibit E. We're looking at starting
later. We're looking at what, I think would be a really great approach, as well as others, kind of grow, as you know, starting out with one pod, opening up 2, opening up 3 as we learn the needs and what the DA and other, the detention center will be providing for us in regards to those that we're able to serve. So we're looking at, we went with the high end of salaries, their fringe budget, and they'll get into their budget, their total expenses, and then anticipated revenue. I'll let them speak to their budget, but the difference in this is we went ahead and budgeted an additional $25,000 for any type of other outside contractors, such as plumbing. And then down here at the bottom is the grounds maintenance, that's here in this budget. And HVAC, mechanical. So any type of HVAC hardware, mechanical, and then of course the grounds maintenance. Whenever this SMOV was created, Brooke has done a great job. We've gone round and around with this. We need to put these items down here in capital. So as soon as we get past today, I did confirm that with Amber. And so we'll, as we continue to work on this budget, we'll be able to move these MIS expenses down to capital outlay. But again, this is just something that we've been working on daily. I have talked to this incredible team of people, our contractors that right now are doing this at no cost. I've talked to Chris every single day. We have weekly meetings with Stacy and HOK and Flintco in order to understand their needs. And so we all have worked, and Stacy all have worked incredibly hard in order to get us to where we are today, like hard. And so this is a work in progress. We just wanted to be transparent as to where we're at, but we're working really hard in order to try to figure out what is the best and the best way of handling this, the best financial way, and the best way to serve, those that need mental health and resources in our community. So that way we prevent recidivism and provide a really great resource to our community. So I think Stacy has a few things to say, unless you have any other questions for me, and then I would like to invite Creatives to speak with you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify just one thing. So this estimates of need that you provided just strictly deals with the first 90 days.
Yes, this is just 91 days.
It's actually not 91,
Well-
it's 91 operational days and 30 days of staffing up and ramping up for Trio. So it's 120 days.
And
the
a little
last
bit
4 months
more.
of that,
Yeah,
but
and that's,
essentially-
yeah,
Some
thank
of
you,
the
Jeff.
categories are 6 months, right?
And it covers 6 months, so, and we have to have insurance for 6
Right.
months, and so that's, and
Probably
I don't know when, we're talking about maintenance and mechanical and, when are those guys gonna need to start, so I just split it at 6 months, so this is, thank
The
you, Jeff, for pointing that
2.6
out.
million is reflective of those
91 days.
91 days plus approximately a month to get staffed up and training and other costs. They'll get to it better, but that's.
So is there a number that we can anticipate a full fiscal year cost
Yes,
would be?
and
Because
I provided that to you in that long spreadsheet
On this.
in regards to
This long one.
what we're anticipating for the first 91 days, just the building. Yeah, and then, did I take yours? I'm sorry.
Unless you still need.
No, I don't, thank you. And this is based off of, and they can provide you additional information, in regards to their contract. At the bottom, their professional service contract, would be around 5.2 million. The total expense, with their projected revenue at 3.7, the total estimated need would be around 5.2. And we have,
what's the projected revenue come from?
so I can allow for them to speak for it, Medicaid, Medicare, private pay. Those are the things that we are anticipating in all my careers. I don't want to speak for you, and that's at 55% since this is where we ended up, right, Chris?
It's 55% Medicaid insurance.
Oh, why don't you come up? Well, let Stacy,
Let me get my.
let Stacy get his thing, and then I'll
Mine's
invite
really
up
quick.
the president and CEO of Creatives.
I'll see.
I would just ask to, remind everyone where this project came from. It was funded $40 million out of ARPA monies and $5.5 million out of general fund money that was given to us by the budget board about November of 2024. If you remember that time period, it was really tense. We didn't have the money to go forward, and we didn't have the zoning from the city. And then the last minute, the budget board stepped up and gave us some money, and the Attorney General solved the zoning issue, and we made it just in the 11th hour, just under the wire. So today, we are just about dried in, is one of the terms I use out there, which means they'll start doing a lot of internal work on the inside of the building. From here on out, we're still scheduled to be finished by the end of the fiscal year.
So it'll be done by
Calendar year.
Calendar year.
Oh, yeah, sorry, calendar
Okay.
year,
Okay.
in December, my bad.
So it'll be turnkey, ready to open January 1, is the current timeline?
If we hold the current timeline, if we hold the current schedule.
But not ready for operations.
Not ready for operation.
So we have to have the building complete in regards to ARPA, what we're using the $40 million for. And then, Bill White had mentioned that we need a couple months just for them to be able to come in and do inspections, work through certifications. They have some requirements that they need to do once they're open. And so our anticipated open date based off of this would be, April 1st. Yeah, April 1st.
And we're spending the ARPA money first, so we'll have that money spent probably by the end of October. So we'll meet that deadline, and we'll be spending the general fund money from there on out.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce Brent. Brent is the president and CEO of Creos. Thank you for being with us today, all the way from Tulsa.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Welcome.
Thanks. So to answer the question that you posed, the revenue is going to be coming from 55% estimate of Medicaid, 3% private insurance, which would leave, over 40% uninsured. And so that's the estimate. And so that's where the 3.7 million revenue comes from.
How did you, I understand the percentages there, but did you look at other entities that are running similar programs to be able to determine if those numbers kind of line out?
We did. We looked at not only other facilities, but also some of the ones that we run, as well as just looking at the population and trying to gather that. But it's an estimate, and so it's something that isn't definitive. The other thing that's much different with this is that because the behavioral care center is much different than any other place that exists in this state as well as in the nation, and we're talking about diversion, going from being arrested and being assessed and then coming over. When you look at typical crisis or hospitals, that's something that people are coming in voluntarily many times. They're also coming in under emergency detention. But when you're talking about hospitalizations, they have a high level of private insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, it changes the payer mix, changes the profitability, just does a lot of different things.
Well, on the Medicaid standpoint, when you mention that, are you fully certain that that facility is going to be able to bill and receive money from Medicaid for services that are rendered there?
Absolutely. We do that now in some of our facilities.
But like you had mentioned, this is a completely different facility than what you currently run. I know it's 75 feet away from the jail, but have you looked at other behavioral care centers that is a diversion program like this in the country to ascertain whether they are able to get and are currently receiving reimbursements from Medicaid?
We have. I will tell you that some of the other facilities like this, for whatever reason, has not been as concerned about billing and revenue. And so that's something that we're taking very serious and looking at. There's one in Tennessee that they don't bill at all. And the government there just funds the cost of what it takes to operate it. Well, we're looking at revenue offset. I would say that even though it's much different because of the actual framework of the whole thing, the actual operation inside of the facility will be very similar to what we already do, as well as the certifications and licensures that will line up with Medicaid to be reimbursed.
Well, and I ask that because I know, I hear from other, doctors and stuff that Medicare and Medicaid are, sometimes slower to pay or, finding reasons not to pay just in general circumstances. And so my concern would be, are we looking at a situation to where, since it sounds like this may not be something that is happening nationwide where Medicaid is being billed in a circumstance just like this, what's the risk of Medicaid coming back and saying, hey, listen, this is not something that we reimburse. We understand that it's separate, but it's a diversion program. And I ask that because it looks like we're relying in the future quite a bit on anticipated revenues. And I think a good portion of that is Medicaid. And when we're at such a tight budget, you could probably tell from the previous conversation, if we're not able to attain Medicaid payments on a lot of these services, I don't know where we'll be able to, I don't know where we can necessarily find the $5.2 million, but that 3.7 is an amount, that's even on top of that. Those are my concerns.
Right, and so what I would tell you, and very valid concerns, is that when we do the initial assessment and evaluation, when they're brought to us after they've been arrested, they have to meet certain clinical parameters and criteria, the same as what it would be if they were going to a hospital, crisis center, residential, or medical detox. And because of that, they will have already met that criteria to be able to then bill that to Medicaid to get reimbursed.
But is it true that this is kind of a test case though? I mean, is there anybody else in the country that is running a program like this that is receiving Medicaid reimbursement?
Is there one that is actually receiving Medicaid?
I'm not aware of it.
I'm not aware of one that's actually doing that.
So we think theoretically we'll be able to get it, but there is still a chance that Medicaid could rule that in this particular situation that we could not get reimbursed because of the tangential incarceral relationship between this facility and the jail and the people coming through into a diversion.
So
are you concerned about that at all? Am I just?
I have maybe a small concern, but it's more based upon I feel maybe misunderstanding of detention, because when they come to us and let's say that they're emergency detained, that's a clinical detention, whereas when they come to jail, that's potentially a criminal incarceration, and those are two separate things. And when they have moved 1 foot over to us, and you all, the county as well as the jail, don't have custody of them anymore, then they no longer are detained by you. Now, the talk has been to suspend their charges and them to come over voluntarily, and them understanding that they're coming voluntarily to get these services. And if they so choose at any time during their treatment that we don't feel or say that they're done, that would then affect that suspension of charges, and there would have to be potential communication with the jail or the sheriff's office or the police department and so forth.
But when you say emergency detention, are you talking about the statutes that govern Title 43A?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so currently when they go over to OKIC, does Medicare pay for those people that are in OKIC's custody?
Medicaid or Medicare will pay.
That they do reimburse currently?
When they're in OKIC's custody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question for you. You operate facilities across the state.
Yes.
So you're currently billing Medicare and Medicaid.
Yes.
I may be mistaken. Is there legislation at the Capitol, perhaps a ballot initiative that may have future impact on the ability to continue to collect that? Are you aware of anything?
When you say collect,
Cut off, that would cut off Medicare and Medicaid?
Medicare expansion stuff.
So yeah, so Medicaid expansion, yes, if that were to go forward, then what it would do is it would potentially affect the eligibility of certain individuals to be on Medicaid, which then would be a lack of a payer source for us.
So kind of go back to your question, because that's kind of the question. So I'm the representative from the sheriff's office, and that was one of the questions we kind of had. You know, what is the custody status? So, you know, in my world, it's pretty evident and clear the difference in somebody who's criminally incarcerated, somebody who's incarcerated under Title 43A,
right,
and meeting that criteria. And so there's going to be a third component. It sounds like at the care center of those who are voluntarily there, so they'd be free to leave at any time. Under what, how would you hold those individuals there if they decided to walk off, if they're not under criminal incarceration, they're not under 43A?
Right, good question. So, I mean, that is something that we would definitely need to work out with not just the sheriff's office, but the DA's office, with the agreement that they are going to be there. They obviously could potentially rescind that agreement and say, I don't care what I sign, I don't care what I agree to, and walk out. But at that point in time, we would have to have protocol and procedure of what that means. What alerts does that mean for the sheriff's office, the DA, and go from there.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's kind of piggyback on Cody's question about if they're voluntarily there. It seems like Medicare would cover. I mean, it seems like they'd just be like any other St. Anthony's Hospital, for example. But if they weren't, in fact, free to leave, it seems like that custody status outside of, again, the 43A, because you wouldn't have the ability to criminally hold people. So it seems like outside of that 43A, if they're free, if they're not free, you see what I'm saying? If they're not free to leave, I can't imagine Medicaid would
Let me kind of do a scenario here for how things operate now at some of our facilities. So what happens is that we have people that come into our facilities that are both voluntary and emergency detained.
Sure.
And so we are able to bill any payer source, either or, whether they're voluntary or emergency detained. But what does happen sometimes is that someone will come in voluntarily, and then within 24 hours they're emergency detained, because now we have more information about their behavior, their thoughts, and so forth.
They just can't take care of the basic needs.
Right. And so just because they come in voluntary doesn't mean that they continue to stay voluntary. They can be emergency detained once they're there. And you're all probably familiar with the process of the 120-hour detention that has to go through a judge and so forth. But after that point, even if they're not emergency detained, the goal would be for them to continue to stay until we felt like they were ready to be released. And that would be part of their treatment plan that they're agreeing to when they come through us.
How many beds is this thing?
60.
60. What percentage do you feel like will be under the 120-hour 43A judges hold versus the ones that are voluntarily there? Do you have any inkling based on your experience in other facilities, what you're currently doing?
Yeah, at our other facilities, depending on which facility we're talking about, in which area, it can run anywhere from 50-50 split to even where it's 60 to 70% voluntary versus emergency detention.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and just really just kind of for the group, you know, I was able to talk to two of your staff yesterday. That was a great conversation we ended up having, and you know, one of the things, again, for my world and what my head works is that, you know, we have, and you probably know this just with your experience, but you know, deputies on the street may come into contact with some individual who's in some sort of crisis. Generally speaking, when they come into contact with that person, they have in fact committed some sort of crime. You know, there's obviously a high co-occurrence of some sort of mental health crisis, substance abuse, and crime. They kind of three peas in a pod. So a lot of times what happens, and what the sheriff has really pushed, so much so that we've created a division that focuses heavily on this type of call out, is that even though there has been a crime that's been committed, we as a peace officer have opted to forego taking somebody to the jail and taking them straight to mental health treatment, because that appears to be the more appropriate option. Based on the conversation yesterday, it doesn't really seem like that's been contemplated in the behavioral health center. And so, at least from our meetings internally, some of the concerns that we have is that if you do have that individual that's in crisis and their first stop is the jail, that crisis just went from normal crisis to existential crisis, be just by nature of being in the jail. You know, and then again, that's not something that you're familiar with, but just kind of for the group as a whole, you know, even personally, you know, when you come into contact with an individual who's in crisis and you're saying, okay, great, we're going to the jail, the arrest procedures are immediately different than somebody who says, hey, let's run down to St. Anthony's and see if we can get you some help.
Right.
I mean, you know, so.
No, I agree with you, and we are set up to where we could directly accept people if that's what the county and everybody would like to do. But the direction I've heard is that we're wanting to have intake at the jail, especially with the jail eventually being right across from the BCC. But we can make it work either or both if need be.
For the record, I'm not a decision maker at all. Number two, that wouldn't even come to this group. It was just more so just me vomiting. Those are some of the things that have happened, conversations we've had internally. Some of the concern with bringing somebody to the jail in crisis, because it's a nightmare for the deputy on the street to do that.
What latitude is afforded when a crime's been committed? But
I mean, outside of a felony, I mean, 100%.
So you have a lot of latitude.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could potentially do both scenarios where someone who has committed a felony, but probably wouldn't have committed that were they not in crisis, and the DA's office were of the opinion that they would benefit from this service rather than being in the jail. So we could potentially look at two avenues then. Okay, that sounds like maybe we need to get with you as, you know, representatives of BOCC and with Pre-Oaks and look at that. But I mean, everyone will remember, right, that the genesis of this project is because Oklahoma County has long been told we need to invest more into diversion. And this is just another means of trying to provide diversion. In fact, CJAC was intimately involved in the development of this project to the point that Tim Tardy-Bono, who was the executive director at the time, helped write the justification for the project itself. So, and I will say, you know, hearing you say what you just said as a means of getting people there versus having to go through the DA's, but at the end of the day, this program is only as successful as the DA allows it to be. And so through our conversations with them, we've tried to identify a potential, and those conversations I haven't taken part in recently, source of individuals that might benefit from something like this. But hearing you say what you just said, that looks like that might be a completely different group of people who could benefit.
Well, I actually gave Chris, the contact for Gene Bradley, which everybody's familiar with. Gene,
okay.
And so, you know, they've gotten paired together and just so Gene can explain what it is like from our end. And it's not really just us. Oklahoma City has a giant CIT unit that I mean if it were, I don't know the numbers. I mean, I couldn't quantify, but if we were to bring everybody to the jail that were in crisis, their intakes would skyrocket. I mean, there's a lot of people that go straight to, and kind of his point earlier, you know, I mean, especially when you come up to a house, there's some decisions that happen on the back end. And when you're talking to mom and son or daughters in crisis, and they say, "Hey, we got private insurance." Okay, we probably won't take you to OK, we'll take you to St. Anthony's, where there is private insurance that'll kick in. Or if they don't have those means, we would take them to a place so we don't put them in a financial position. So they might go to OK or another option. So again, purely, I apologize for hijacking you. I just, that was more so just some of the conversations we've had internally and just some of the concerns that we had from, not that this program won't be phenomenal, because I think it will, but we were just concerned that the only avenue is to go to the jail, because if you were never to ride along with us, it on the very first interaction, you'd be like, wow, that was way more traumatic for this person to say you're being taken to the jail versus you're going straight to a care facility. It's generally the difference between an altercation and not, to be honest. I mean,
And I totally agree with you, and that's why, cribs, we actually have mobile crisis in many different places. And the state went to a version of a third party doing transport for emergency detention, so they didn't have that potential trauma of getting into the back of a, law enforcement vehicle.
Well, I wasn't sure who it was, but just for the record and for the group, I know that yesterday after Cody and I had gotten done talking with your team, I called Gene, which is he's the captain over our mental health division, and he said I was stoked to learn that Creox was doing this because he said I use them predominantly for, telehealth treatment right there on the side of the road, and not literally, but in the driveway of somebody's house, so he was pretty stoked to learn that. And the only other question that I had, and you may not know, but maybe in some of Jessica and some of your stuff, this 5 point whatever. So like, let's say we get down the road and the 5.3 million, I would make the assumption that this program is going to alleviate some of the jail's responsibility and budget too. So I would think that, maybe it wouldn't just be a $5.3 million increase to the total ask. I would imagine there's gonna be a little bit of a shuffle. I mean, I know there's probably not able to quantify that right now, but I mean, do you anticipate that to be the case?
I do, because if we've got 60 beds and they were gonna be potentially in the jail and now they're with us, I mean, that should be some savings to the jail.
Okay, yeah, and I thought so too. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't something entirely different. We all do outpatient stuff as well, like Red Rock Home Care, some of those that do.
Yeah, so we will be doing outpatient for sure, and we're looking at, we're already partnered with Diversion Hub.
Okay.
And so doing a lot of partnerships with different entities and doing comprehensive behavioral health outpatient.
Okay. Because that obviously seems to be a huge, whenever we send somebody, Gene, again, I keep referring back to him, but when he takes people to, these care facilities in Oklahoma County, their chances of not reoffending or not going back into a crisis is just so much higher when they have somebody to check in with. They have somebody that's, counting their meds and helping them even buy groceries, for example.
Is it possible, given this kind of new line of conversation and looking at perhaps a different census population, for you to get with Cody and Brandon and Gene at the sheriff's office, and perhaps we would develop some new numbers relative to potential revenue and the census there, and I think these numbers would change probably.
Yeah.
But for today, I think what you have here is kind of based upon the way it was envisioned, at least initially, to operate, for them to staff up 30 days, staff up, pay pharmacy costs, etc., plus then contemplating being open the last 3 months of the next FY, you're looking at that 3.5 number, I think. Again, Jessica mentioned this is all scalable to some degree. There'll be some fixed cost for the building itself once it comes online that we'll need to pay. But I think, we had heard okay, what's it gonna cost? So we wanted to give you those numbers, but we're working, like Jessica said, we're working really hard to try to refine this to get better. And Brandon, what you said is great information that we may be able to help people.
That's awesome.
Without even getting to the point of getting.
Yeah, the sheriff is it's a huge priority for our mental health. I mean, so much so that when he first came in, and even after, I mean, he eliminated quite a few administrative staff so that he could put mental health deputies out there without an increase in budget ask. It's a big deal to him. I mean, there's a full team that does it. Sorry, Jessica. No, I keep talking over you every time you try to reach me.
No, and what you said is very important. I mean, it's amazing that the sheriff has, a passion for mental health as well. So I just wanted to add to your question. The only anticipated expense that we may need to consider is that the detention center, if they do take on what we, anticipate long term, that they would handle the meals and transportation, if any. that we would need to if they were able to partner with us for 3 meals a day, we would have to budget for transportation and meals. And so that is in this, that you have today. This is 6 months cost of the food services and beverage program. For annual cost, it's around 400,000, right, Chris?
It doesn't have the beverage stuff.
Yeah, the beverage, but so you're looking around 400,000 annual cost. I know that has been a concern, of course, of the clerk's office and making sure that we prepare for meals 3 days a week, hot meals, or 3 days, 7 days a week, 3 meals a day, but then also plan for any type of inclement weather and how that's going to be handled. And so Chris and his team are working really hard to identify
One
that.
caveat I would just say with the food is just know that the 91 days, that's based upon a 65% census. And then the annualized is based upon an 85%. So this number would go up if we're at 100%, but that would be a good thing too, because if it goes up, if we're getting at least 55% of that Medicaid, then the revenue goes up and it more than offsets and actually pushes down the total estimate of need.
Yeah.
Joe, has there been considerations, I mean, this is new, so we don't necessarily know what it might look like in the future, as far as the program and all of that. Would there be a potential to move this building into a PBA property and be able to handle some of the capital expenses out of PBA, whether there's a rent back, paid from the county or whatever, but as something that PBA could maybe handle, and then if there are, if the model changes in the future and it's where they're running it instead of, contracting, if something like that changes, you already have the mechanism in place.
PBA buildings, to qualify to be in PBA, they have to be what's called an enterprise fund, meaning they create profit.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
if
with
there's-
the Medicaid billing and all of that kind of stuff, that's what I'm wondering if.
That is actually a really great suggestion. The only thought since when we spoke and talked about that yesterday is that we did use ARPA in order to fund the $40 million for the building. And since that is a separate entity, we have disposition laws for the building, which is 30 years. And so something just to consider.
But
And I don't know
PBA
if that matters.
the county is a sole beneficiary. So I mean, it's a beneficiary trust.
So to that, we would need to review the indenture to see what the indenture allows in terms of type of operation. We would need to research the question of the ARPA dollars, whether or not, in fact, being a beneficiary trust of the county, it could be transferred. I think it's something that we could potentially look at. But I think the indenture would be the controlling document.
You'd be looking for costs to go down, not go up because of the rent, right?
Potentially.
So if it went the other way, if the rent was higher than what our cost would be to do it directly, it'd be better to leave it in general fund.
Potentially.
To what degree will the facility need to be subsidized by government funding in any of that? Not federal dollars, but by county government.
Yeah, that would be our estimate of need because the actual revenue is not going to cover the entire cost.
So given the Medicaid and Medicare component, plus the private pay that insurance may provide, what's the delta between the estimated costs and the revenues?
5.259 million.
5.2 million.
I don't think what I heard Cody talking about was not PBA picking up the delta. PBA would operate and take care of capital needs, et cetera.
Of the building.
Yeah.
Right.
If in fact the indenture allowed for that.
And then if the county's renting that, that
trustees
increases the
would do
volume
that.
capacity over on PBA, so that if you do need to do some other things with the building or whatever, it gives maybe some financial flexibility.
So
there may be, that's a conversation with Jared, and
Zach.
and yeah.
So just for clarity, and maybe this is just a question, so the 2.65, that does include food service or it does not?
So that 2.65 in this budget detail is outlined in regards to what what all that includes, their salaries, fringe benefits, M&O, capital expenses, and then plus a $25,000 expense for the county, that they had to put in one line item for any type of plumbing or any other issues that we may need to have a contract with the contractor.
Okay,
And
so,
that was a recommendation of Keith.
okay, so the $77,000 is what you,
$77,000.
is what you would anticipate for the food.
Oh, yes,
That's
on
on
the
the other
budget
sheet, yeah.
detail
Okay.
for the first 91 days,
I
that's for
just-
food services.
Based upon 65%.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't for like a sink, or something like that. I
No,
thought maybe those were capital purchases. I just wanted to make sure that that's actual meals.
That's actual
Okay.
food,
Okay.
food and beverage. The only thing that wasn't covered, but I feel like Chris, you may have added to it, that wasn't covered in our FF&E expenses that we had budgeted, that Flinto was paid for, was some of the kitchen appliances, right?
Yes,
Like a
yes,
microwave
the
and-
microwaves,
Yeah.
primarily.
Yeah, just small appliances, but that is food services, and then we had to put in a full pharmacy, and so that's startup cost in order to stock up the pharmaceuticals for that pharmacy, and then implementation of all of their training, travel, transportation. There was a vehicle that was added in here for $35,000. Should we need to purchase a vehicle to transport the meals? So that's something we're trying to determine if we don't have transportation, to and from, from a vendor. That was just put in for a placeholder. Should we have to purchase a car for transport?
Because food transport will have to happen at a minimum until phase 1 of detention center.
For about 2.5 years before the first phase is complete.
I got a bunch of Chick-fil-A points if that helps.
I'll take them. That's my favorite.
Actually, I'll take them
Oh, you
right
would?
now. Will they deliver?
I don't know. They
We should
will
be
deliver,
ordering
yeah.
box lunches right now.
We solved it.
That's yours.
Any litigation type issues that could be expected or perhaps foreseen?
Litigation from just the operation.
Any order?
Yeah, so.
What types do you anticipate based on what you do currently?
Yeah, I would say, currently, we typically do not get rarely any litigation for, client care. It just doesn't happen for us. I'm not saying it doesn't ever happen, but, it just, for the most part, I would say, I don't know, in the last 10 years, maybe 2 or 3. And those are all resolved, so.
Another thing that I'll add, and it's been really important in regards to the commissioner's communication with Creops whenever we did the RFP, and leading up into this point, is that we have identified a lot of grants, and we've written grants in order to offset some of these costs. We just applied for the Attorney General's grant for startup salaries for the behavioral care center that would offset should we receive it the first 91 days. So we're excited about that. That's $300,000 over the next 3 years, so $900,000 total. Unfortunately, we were not able to apply for the BJA grant, and there was another grant that I had found this week, just because we're not farther along in regards to the decision making of and timing of when we're going to open. But there is a lot of promise for us to be able to offset that revenue, and of course, Chris is the expert grant writer, and so for the team and Amanda and everybody, and so we're in really good hands when it comes to grant writing in order to offset those operational and costs that are associated with opioid abatement.
Other questions that I could help answer for you?
Does anybody have anything?
No, I think, oh, sorry. I think we'd like to be involved in that discussion with the sheriff's office and maybe a second model of clients that we can serve and how that may impact what we see today.
So generally what our process is we come in and hear the estimate of needs in the first place, and just kind of have some 30,000 foot questions just to kind of understand what the ask is, and then we'll talk about our revenues later, and then we'll come back and start having more in-depth conversations about the specifics of a particular budget. So we may need you guys to be available at some point in the near future, but we'll definitely have more conversations about this. So,
Thank you for coming.
Absolutely.
yeah,
Appreciate your time.
thanks for your patience this morning.
Sure. Yeah, right here, what's the difference? But it's different.
You guys
than
wanted to
what you
recess for a couple minutes? I need to.
What do we have left? Is it all of Jessica's?
The rest of Jessica's the federal government, EOCC, for services, it's on repair, and then we have,
Their total
and then,
expenses, operational expenses, just for the
citizens,
Okay. So,
So those were numbers.
do we want to just do like a 10-minute bathroom break, or do we want to do 30, 45 minutes?
So this is their operational, like total operational revenue.
Hey guys, let's
Annual
let's
total
figure this out real quick.
revenue.
Are we gonna I think we're gonna recess here, whether it's a 5 or 10 minute or 30, 45 minute, whatever. What's the will of everybody?
Well, we just have, what, 5 estimated fees left total? So,
We wanna do until 1:45, it's 1:28.
so total 45 you said?
It's 1:45 good to recess, basically 15 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, is there a motion to recess until 1:45 in this room? Brandon made the motion, is there a second?
Second.
So motion is second to recess until 1:45 in this room. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Mr. Sullivan,
Aye.
thank you.
I'm not sure what I voted on.
Guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started. If we can get a motion to return to open session.
Motion to return to open session.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. We're back.
What are we doing first?
Christy, what were you saying about this real quick?
Oh, I had wanted a copy of that. That was sent, passed out to CJA on March 31st. But when we got in there that day and they were showing this 4.9, so they're short now, I wanted to see.
Okay.
This.
Do we know if there's been any response on the itemization thing?
I haven't gotten any.
Oh, hey.
Did you hear any?
No, let's go ahead.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take John real quick because he just has the one deal and you've got multiples. So. Huh?
I was asking your question about the response on itemization.
Okay, so what are we looking at first?
No, it's just our benefit department.
Okay,
Budget.
1 second.
Is there a new?
Yeah. Here they are, sorry.
Oh.
Oh, there's a new handout.
Well.
More.
I told Brandy earlier that the 4% or you cut our budget, we need that money to pay for paper.
Yeah.
Is that already passed?
No. There was no.
I mean, I know I was late, but.
Just for the court part, nobody else.
Too bad he's not facing the camera, so we couldn't go back and watch the look on his face.
I'll switch then.
The looks on my face. I am not, if you're a poker player, you probably want to play poker with me, because I am not.
Brandy, we're just starting with his, we haven't done anything yet, so.
So the old one?
This was, Christie had handed this out. This was the document that, remember when the trust meeting, there was a discrepancy between the 4.6 and the 3.6. This is her numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, John?
Okay, we'll start with the benefits department. Oh, that one right there, itemization. On our final request, we'll revise this one more time. It added an increase in defined contribution that shouldn't be there, so we need to take that out. So I'll take that 679, so that should be a 0 increase. Okay. Yeah, so there shouldn't be an increase there, we'll take that out. I actually have reductions, so computer equipment, I reduced that by $2,500. So really, in the end, our budget should show a $2,500 reduction, and that's it, no increase. And then on to the pharmacy, if you want to do the pharmacy next.
Yep, that'll work.
You want me to pass this out?
Oh, okay.
There's a couple of staple numbers in here for future meetings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna open a Staples in.
Yeah.
I said, we're just gonna open a Staples in.
There you go.
The clerk's always giving us goodies.
And some easy
I still have my
buttons, too.
little
That was
finger
easy.
thing from 1 year.
What is those?
What do I do for the weather?
It makes everything easy.
You get one of these?
Everyone ready?
Looks like it.
Okay. I know the current budget situation, but I have to ask on this one. On full-time salaries, our pharmacy techs are $19 an hour range. They want to get up to $25 an hour. That's the going rate. If we did that, that'd be an increase of $35,000 for full-time salaries. We're going to reduce our part-time salaries by $6,798. An increase on FICA and defined contribution if the pharmacy techs get those raises, which they deserve. Mileage is going down, registration fees are going down, postage is going down. We were able to cut some things, license. One subscription, freight and storage going down, if you keep going. Right here on professional services, we were able to reduce that. Now in the last capital outlay, we purchased a software system this year, and some computer equipment. So now we just moved those funds down, since it was a purchase, down to the lease of that equipment and that software, so we moved it down there, so it's really not a big increase, it's $74 versus what we currently have. Oh, actually, it is less, sorry. It's less than what we took out those. So overall net, we're asking for an increase of 25,000.
John, on, it's gonna be on the office equipment lease. The copy I have is showing $6,700 even, not the 8,274.
Me too.
Let me see yours.
Last day, the 244
One of the things we kept running into is it would revert back to an old, even though we'd save it, when we'd go back in, it would revert back to an old one and we'd have to make the old changes again.
John, that line 55080 computer equipment is on what we have, it's showing -426, and on yours it's showing -2,000.
I'll have to give it a pharmacy, I'll bring this back if you don't mind.
So those two, your bottom line there, the 25,445.83 is the same as, or 63 is the same as our bottom line.
Yeah.
I think you got two lines that are
split up differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
John, I got a question just for my own information.
Sure.
Right under postage is burial charges. There's no charge for that, but what in the world would that be?
We used to have the indigent burials, the social services does.
Okay.
Our
Makes
IT,
total sense.
our IT department has burial services.
So
Just how it worked out.
So we need to get rid of hard drives.
We're not joking.
If we need to get rid of hard drives, we can just throw them in there with. How that works?
Sorry.
I made some notes on it.
Back to postage.
Yes.
You anticipate a savings in postage. Is your only postage really sending out drugs for people? And so
this is when we start ramping up this fiscal year. Good question. So we increased our postage budget. I can't tell you what it was before, but we ramped it up to 30,000 just in case, because we didn't know what we'd have. So now we kind of have a better picture of how much we're using, so we can reduce it by $5,000.
Okay, thank you.
But overall, the net number's correct on that versus that, and we'll get a correct copy. So a net increase of 25,445.63. And that's to get the pharmacy techs, 3 pharmacy techs into a competitive wage.
Those pharmacy techs do a great job. They really do.
And they stay very busy now.
Appreciate all
very busy. Because before we did the pharmacy this way, just a reminder, they didn't have to go through all the different insurance steps. Now they're having to go through and they file every claim with insurance, a lot more processes involved.
Well, they stay on top of it and they're paying attention. I went over to get one filled the other day, and one of the techs, he was like, "Hey, I filled this other one for you for a while. Did they take you off of me?" And I was like, "Yeah, they did." I mean,
that's good.
I know. I was like, "Wow." Yeah, they are on top of it. I really appreciate the service that they provide over there.
If there's not any questions, do you want me to do the employee benefits fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the pharmacy's still making money for the county.
Yeah. That's one back on the health benefits. Do what?
Is there a handout for employee benefits?
It's included with your stuff from this morning. It's this one that's highlighted, has some highlighted sections on it.
I was sitting here this morning.
Imagine you can. Got it.
You have another copy.
There you go. You was on mine.
I've got mine that you can have over.
I have 2 extras. Who needed one? You can probably do it.
No, I'm good. Oh, look at the screen. I can't read nowadays with my glasses. It's bifocals. Trying to take them off.
Oh, I thought you were saying that was encroaching. Oh, you're fine. I'm a team.
nice of her to
Sorry.
Am I reading this right, John? You're projecting by the end of the year to be 44,963 and change. And next year, you're expected it to be 43,903.
Let me pull it up and look at it with you.
So $1 million less
Yeah.
next year
So,
than this year.
and this is good to look at. So these are pure numbers of what we have through the door, and that's just based on averages. So current projections, how we're in the fiscal year, this is just based on what we've received divided by X amount of weeks or months, and just apply those same things. So we could push some stuff. If everything goes as trended, if you go all the way down to the bottom, just change up, you don't want to, not all the way, just right there.
That's
So
different
what
than
we
what I
have
have.
is-
That's a different one.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm showing,
That's not the one I saw.
Um,
I wish it was these numbers.
yeah.
yeah, because I'm like, okay, it's gonna be cheaper next year than it is this year.
Are you still on Brooke's account, Chantel? I apologize.
And I sent to Cassie too. You can pull it up. See if that's it. There we go. There we go. So this is the one that should match your handouts. Does it match your handouts?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So just based on projection, I want to focus on this number down here. You know,
So
we're
John, the
saying-
handout that we have is good.
Is it?
This is the correct one? I'm
As
asking
long as
you.
it matches this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
If it matches this. So just based on current numbers, extrapolating that out for the rest of April, May and June, versus what we expect revenue to come in. If everything remains the same, we'll be about $1.1 million now underfunded to cover expenses. Now, we can push some stuff towards the end of the year. We usually do that, but that's just paying everything that came in as expected. The expenses stay exactly the same. Does that make sense? We have high months, low months, but that's just working on those numbers. If you go all the way back up to the top, looking at next year, we just took those numbers and applied the 2% increase for medical and prescription, drugs, and some other categories. We got about 792,000 more in expenses estimated than the projection. Right now, it's all projection. You'll go down based on revenue sources. The difference in the revenue sources are we already pushed a month forward deposits earlier than usual. Got that money allocated, so we used that money. So we won't have that money next year. And then last fiscal year, at the first of it, we pushed June general fund premiums in. So that was some extra money this fiscal year. So just based on that, those two changes, not having that extra money pushed in, at the start, no starting fund balance in there, we need about $2.9 million more if everything tracks out.
And have we, has the budget board considered employing your rates for next year?
No, not, this is just based on current.
Okay.
Totally
So-
based on
But that'll
current.
happen before July 1st, right?
No, those come after July. They do before
Okay.
September supplement.
Okay.
So that's usually where those additional rates, and this is all just based on
I'm new.
current expenses. Of course, this could change, but it's just based on current. And again, that 1.1 million is if we push everything out the door. Usually by timing wise, we can't pay everything anyway, so it could reduce that. But I'm gonna update this every couple of weeks as we move along and get expenses and track it closely. But I'd expect this to change.
And there's only two
Pharmacy
ways really to.
rebates.
Are up, yeah. That's what's saving us this year, for sure. The reimbursements and rebates are saving us. So that's good.
And there's only two ways to address that, either through higher premiums or cutting benefits.
Yeah, again, there's some low hanging fruit, but nobody wants to talk about that. But if we ever get to that point, there's some stuff.
Oh, there's some people out there talking about it. I don't know about nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah. So again, this year's been a high utilization on our medical plan. It's all based on people going to the doctor, getting services. Again, we get the lowest prices out there, but our members use our insurance more than hardly any other plan that I know of.
Which is a good thing,
Yep.
because they're here.
Yeah, they're getting the care they need. And again, since we cover retirees too, carries into retirement. Healthier they are now, less expensive they are later.
If we didn't have the plan we have, you talk about your projections for like 2% growth for next year. What would other plans be looking at? Just
If we were
crystal ball.
fully insured, we get a $10,000 deductible plan, probably for almost the same cost as we have now, and they get a 20% increase.
And it would cover less things.
Way less things. We lose control of being able to shop it and get a competitive rate. Because if you go out there and try to purchase, like I would suggest everybody go out there online, try to purchase a family plan and see how expensive they are nowadays.
So we could get a Pinto for the same price we're paying today?
Absolutely. Because especially if you look at the state's rates, they're their top plan. Even though ours are, they appear very high, nothing comparison to that.
John, I know, I'm a little bit leery, I probably need to put armor on before I ask this, but, so I know that one of the low hanging fruits is GLP-1. Are there others?
That would be the easiest one in terms of, because most plans don't cover it.
Right.
It's grown to half our prescription cost, half our budget for prescriptions are for GLP-1s. Most of the companies don't cover it, and then our net impact would be about $5 million. We pay about $6 million for GLP-1s. We receive about $1 million back for them. So our net would be $5 million back into the plan, which we know we wouldn't spend because those, if that was something the board would choose to do.
So our prescription costs are 13 million and we're spending 6.5 million on GLP-1s?
Yeah.
John,
Yes,
on
sir.
those GLP-1s, what percentage is filled at the county pharmacy versus someplace else?
You know, I should know the exact amount, but I know we fill most of them there.
Okay, I was just
free.
wondering
Yeah.
if
The
we drove everybody.
Majority, we've been targeting, good question. We target those,
Okay.
mailers and stuff to get them to convert. So most of those are coming through.
Because we're getting those rebates.
We spend like maybe close to $400,000 a month in GLP-1s just through the county pharmacy.
And what kind of rebates are we getting?
We're getting about $1 million back based on a $6 million spend. Just for those GLP-1s, we get $1 million back.
John, do you have any
And
idea?
then-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Are there generic
That's what I was gonna ask.
about to come online?
When does that run out? Tier 1 status?
So Ozempic, Relabus, I think it's called. They go more generic 1/1/27. The pricing, it looks like it's going to be about half of what we're paying now for just those drugs, but we cover multitudes of GLP-1s.
And on the plans that do cover, I'm trying to think back to when I had the state insurance. I seem to recall that when we would go to fill, there were certain prescriptions where maybe the name brand was ordered, but I could only access a generic. We would have the ability to do something similar with our plan to reduce those costs once generics come on.
Absolutely. And I'm already all over that, actually. I brought that up with our prescription management company a couple of months ago. We see those new ones coming up January. I said we want to try to make those, our top ones if we can.
Can you add drug-specific copays?
We can. Not the county pharmacy, but other pharmacies. We don't collect cash. We could. We don't collect cash. I think that'd lose the incentive of a lot of people going there. But that's just my opinion.
A different tier. You have a lower deductible or a lower copay at the county pharmacy than you do at the non-county pharmacy.
So, yeah, I mean, we could do that for sure. Again, our pharmacy benefit manager pointed out they've not seen any utilization like ours on GLP-1s. They only have a couple clients out of hundreds that cover them. Ours is out the roof.
We also generally have, now we've done a lot with our annual health risk assessments and things like that, but when I was more involved in this a lot before, we're a pretty unhealthy population.
And we still do.
And so the GLP-1s kind of assist with maybe making that more healthy.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we're looking at cost, that's one that's there as an option to look at and discuss. Pretty much, so you'll know on our medical, we already have UMR's network. It's a carrier network. It's the only carrier that allows us to do some of the direct contracting we do to get even lower pricing. If we were with any other carriers, we could not direct contract. And UMAR's network pricing is very low. If we were with a TPA, we couldn't get that low of network pricing. And then, of course, Connect benefit, we have high utilization, that's lower pricing. You know, we get surgeries way less through them and other services.
John, this question's probably been asked before, but if it has, I'm sorry, but, of the GLP-1s, is there a way to quantify how many of those are on there for a medical diagnosis versus ones that are just for cosmetic and vanity?
Oh yeah, we get that reporting. So there's like 300 people on it for diabetes, basically. And I can't tell you the other numbers without looking at it again. But there are alternative treatments to that, because it's not typically covered by most companies, so they offer an alternative. You know, there's diabetes medication and stuff like that.
Do you think it's half? Do you think it's more than half?
Probably about half.
Okay.
And then another reminder on our retiree over 65 plan, they're still shopping that Bestco mutual Medicare premium. When we made that switch, we took those retirees off our prescription plan. We're spending $2.5 million on their prescriptions at that point, and Medicare absorbed that cost for us, most of that cost. You know, our premiums went up a little bit on the retiree medical plan, but all that prescription cost got absorbed. And now it would be well over $3 million their prescription cost would be. So that's something we're avoiding still. But we got a 3-year rate lock when we went with this plan. And this is the rate renewal year. So I expect a pretty big increase on that, 20% probably. But it's the cheapest option around.
What were the other cost savings that you were mentioning?
So the cost savings is we have best price network around, and then we have Connect benefit. Oh, cost savings.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, the low hanging fruit.
Low hanging fruit. That one's pretty much the low hanging fruit. Of course, we could increase the deductible, but then you go into a lot of other stuff because we have the lowest deductible around that I know of. Most companies have a $5,000 or $10,000 deductible. The difference is, you know, that leaves the employee, their family's paying for all that care and probably avoiding care not going. So if they're long-term employees, then eventually not getting care, it adds up. They end up in the hospital with an expensive bill. But a lot of those companies don't have long-term employees. So they don't mind doing a $10,000 deductible because they don't have retiree insurance. And they say that employee's going to be here a couple of years. They have high turnover rate, so they just get something real cheap. But, you know, our deductible is very low compared to most companies. You know, we could have a higher deductible and still have all our 100% stuff to drive them to the lower cost products.
Is there quite a few people that still don't use the 100% product?
There's about 40% of stuff.
Wow.
It's choice. I don't want to go, I got my doctor over here, you know, or no, I trust the hospital. I want to go get that $3,500 MRI instead of our $300 MRI across the street.
Any idea that you may not know?
No, I can't quantify that.
If everybody were to use 100% benefit,
that would be way lower. Yeah. But, and again, the things we can't get through 100% benefits, pediatrics, they don't negotiate. Pediatric care, transplant care, and those are the main things really. Transplant, doctors, and pediatrics we can't get. They don't negotiate. They won't do direct stuff. Everything else we can get direct pricing, which is way lower than normal pricing. And this year, again, we've had many big cases. And just one example is a real big back surgery claim, and we paid about $75,000 through typical insurance. It'd be $150,000. So we're saving half on some big stuff, but we still have lots of those big cases this year. Lots of cancers, lots of back, musculoskeletal surgery, stuff like that. And again, it could ramp back down. We've seen that in the past. One year we went up 5 million, the other next year we went down 6 million, but it's just all based on utilization. That's the good thing about being self-funded, but then we have to pay for it. Because we're just paying our actual costs. There's no big bad insurance company making a profit and locking us into cost increases year after year after year. Yeah. So, plan design that's a way to save money too. But then you look at You know, are people gonna avoid care? But a lot of people do a higher deductible and they'll still have for the everyday stuff, still have a copay. So they still go to the doctor and stuff, but if they choose to go to an expensive place, then they have a high deductible. And part of our benefits, of course, retain people, you know?
We utilize that instead of salaries.
Yeah,
In a
it's
lot
a
of
big
cases.
retention thing.
Yep. All right, anybody got any questions for John?
I'll bring this back too, as it updates for sure.
Okay.
As we get closer, this is gonna change.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And we're gonna get a new benefits and retirement one, right?
Yes, I'll get you that.
All right. Jessica?
What would you like to discuss first?
Oh.
I don't know if anybody has a preference. I don't.
Let's do court services.
Okay, she just went to go get me something that's for
That's fine, never mind.
That would have been a good one, but let's talk about capital improvements since we've already talked about it. And I'm bringing it back to you because you asked for it to be itemized. And so the clerk's office made those changes within the estimate of means in order to show those expenses. And so this is just an update for you for your book. Nothing has changed in regards to the request, just has the detail, necessary in order to balance. Yes. So before this didn't have our current capital fund projects, and so they went in and created those line items and put what our requests were. And so again, in regards to the insurance deductible, we have $100,000 in capital fund right now, and so just asking for an increase of 150 so that it's 250,000 should we have another flood. And then the only other ask is for the 250,000 for the court, the district court reimbursement for the contract that we have between DOCC. That is reimbursed back to general fund. That's how we handled it last year. And so that is the MOU for this year.
On the 250, I think we were gonna, it'd be kind of a revolving, so we would only put the amount necessary
Right.
back to 250.
Yeah, so there's currently 100,000 in there, so we would just increase it to it's missing the, are we missing the?
No, it's
Right here, it started at
You got it.
250, what you're.
That's the MOU.
Yeah, that's, I
Right,
think
that's what I was talking
that's
about.
what she's talking about.
Oh, yes, yeah, it started at 250 and we're reimbursing it. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the insurance deductible. And so,
What, but
Where is it now?
Yeah.
it's in general fund.
No,
No,
the
the
dollar amount.
Dollar amount.
how much is in that account right now?
You're asking the flood.
Oh.
Let me see if I can.
It's on the next page. Okay, so this is the courthouse fund right here. So we have,
It's 96.8.
96,800.
Little, sorry guys. It's big on me. So you need 250 less than 96,000.
Well, no, we'll use that full MOU by the end of the year.
Well, it's a reimbursement
Oh, yes.
of expenses, so
Okay,
that's the
so
reason why
however-
we were.
Yeah, however that works in regards to, I mean, we have POs, of course, open and still working on expenses through between now and June 30. And so just as long as it gets reimbursed to the MOU contract amount, which is 250,000 annually.
Up to. I think it's an up to.
Okay, so we could look like the actual expense. We could reimburse the 151,964 figure, July 1.
And then look
That
at
would
the.
get them started and then look at it in September.
Yeah, here's the contract. It's 250,000 and no cents shall be used for flooring, window treatments, and paint requested by the trial court administrator. I don't see enough to.
Well, but it's a reimbursed
Yeah.
amount, so if it's not done, then it wouldn't be processed
Correct.
out.
Yeah, and then we would, then it would carry over into the next year. Correct. but the contract states 250. But we have, construction underway, and so that is currently where we're at. And then we have the 100,000 in the insurance deductible, and then the 300,000 already in capital projects as needed.
Tell me again on the insurance going up to 250. Is there, like, if you've actually seen like some insurance figures?
So our
Okay.
deductible for a flood is 250,000. So when we had the flood in the courthouse, we only had $100,000 deductible. So I had to go to budget board in order to request remainder of that deductible, as well as to be paid, as well as the expenses for that flood. And this was the total amount that was received. We were given $200,000 in advance. There were construction that we had to do with Blackman Mooring and Kone in order to take care of the building, and it was over the weekend, and so it was just a lot of movement of funds. And so because we do have issues with some flooding here recently, it was just my suggestion to increase it to 250, since that is a peril that we had seen multiple times.
That one I would just suggest moving some up from the unallocated funds of the 1.2 million.
If
you want to show it up there, so you've got a deductible showing.
Rather than requesting it and just do it at infrastructure like we do our normal requests. Got it.
Yeah.
Happy to do it. This figure will change as soon as we just got a $400,000 reimbursement for the 11th floor stairwell egress, and so this will take care of our expenses for that project, and so this will be updated or once we receive that final invoice. While I'm looking at it, but other than that, we've done a lot of work, and we broke on this fund. We meet weekly. We meet every Thursday, and we go over this fund and try to make sure it's reconciled. We're getting ready to add a TIF budget, so that way we don't go over budget on our TIF projects. And so we spend a lot of time on cleanup and making sure we're balancing. I appreciate the clerk's help.
All right, any questions on the capital projects or the capital improvement budget? If not, let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one we can do is court services. I have a handout for you. Thank you, Carla. So on court services, this of course is the 301 general fund budget, which has the contracts that we have, and what I'm paying out, or what I'm sending out to you right now. Copy one is what we discussed in policy and governance and approved at the OCC in regards to what our contracts look like moving forward for FY27. And so last year in FY26, we had 3 contracts, one with the DA, which was an MOU for one person to do GPS monitoring. And then the detention center had 2 employees. They actually have 3 that are currently doing it, but we're funding 2 at $114,675.45. And then we had the team contract at $1,320,814.66. So through further discussion in policy and governance, the DA said that she can actually take over the contract or the amount of the responsibilities that we were having the detention center provide for us, those 2 employees, and which would be 1 additional employee to her budget. And that would include their salary, benefits, the cost of a terminal to be able to pull the NCICs, as well as the monthly rate in order to fund that. So still having the position that does the GPS monitoring, her or their salaries, benefits, cell phone is what that currently pays for, and then one additional employee. And that contract would be $160,103.84. And then it was approved in order to fund Team Fully at $1,320,814.66. And then P&G made the motion in order to cancel the contract with Daily Living Centers, which was $163,000, in order to offset some of that cost, which brings the total amount down to $1,157,814.66, which leaves you a remaining balance of $57,015.50. And so that is what our plan is in regards to those contracts for FY27.
Well, but just real quick though, this is in court services and the daily living centers. Those are two totally separate things. So I mean, I think if you have a savings one place, I don't think we.
That would just be in the general fund.
Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate to have this on here showing that.
Well, that's how we were gonna take care of the deficit in regards to that contract.
Well, but I think you can say we're gonna ask for an increase in this, and how we propose to fund the increase is this other way, but instead of making it look like one thing when that's not what it is. That's
just that overage of 57,000.
Well, that is still an overage. So you just want me to take the 163 out of TM's contract of 1.32?
I'm sorry.
No, take the overage that you have, the 57,000 total. That'll just be in the general fund.
Okay. Well, that's if it's okay. But he's talking about day living centers. So if you don't want day living centers, a 163 showing up on our court services.
You still need to do a full request.
Yeah, do a full
In
request.
this fund.
Yeah. So when I can go make that change and bring it back to you. So don't put the 163,000.
Don't deduct it.
Don't deduct it.
Don't deduct it.
And then keep it the same to show the full amount that we need.
The full ask.
The full ask.
So I'm not clear in the FY27 column. I understand the DA MOU. That's what you guys are proposing the new MOU to be.
Yes.
And then the detention center, there wouldn't be an MOU.
Right.
And then you're looking at a team MOU of 1.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's this 1.48?
So that would be the 160 plus the 1.3.
Right. So
and then what we got approved last year for was 1.2, which leaves us a deficit of $220,015. And then it was a $15,000 savings by eliminating the detention center's contract and putting it with the MOUs.
Jessica, wasn't Team Fully funded last year at 1.3?
They were not. You guys chose to only fund them out of general funds one time for the past 2 years.
Yeah, we have used one-time funds.
Which put us in the same conversation year 3. So, and that's the reason why we were looking at contracts that we possibly could eliminate in our general government fund in order to offset the cost for this contract, for these contracts. But I can definitely take that off. I didn't know how to handle that.
Okay, so the total amount of the request for last year was 1.496. But what was approved during budget time was 1.260.
Correct.
And you're saying the additional 235,834 is made up by the budget board using one-time money?
Correct.
It was out of reserve.
Okay. Yeah. And this year, the total ask is 1.480. But has BOCC approved the contract already?
No, we have not approved the contract. We just approved the use of the day living centers fund towards.
The actual contract hasn't gone across the board.
But it's gone through policy and governance?
No, not the contract.
Not the actual contract. The conversation to include the full amount for the DA at 160 and for team at 1.32. That was voted by BOCC to include that full amount on the estimated needs.
Okay.
But the contracts themselves have not gone across yet.
Okay, so what will happen at this point? So the policy and governance voted 1.26 million they voted for 1.157 for team, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
which included 163,000 for the daily living center? Or it did not?
That did not
Don't,
include.
yeah,
It's
that's just gonna
basically-
be a savings on another end.
Okay.
Right.
It's,
So,
Right.
It was taking it out of the 1.32.
okay, so let me
But you
ask, so,
can't-
so how does this,
Right.
and again, just because I'm unfamiliar since I'm not on the P&G. So if the P&G voted to approve or recommend to the BOCC a $1.157 million contract, isn't that the contract the team will submit to BOCC?
But that's not what BOCC voted on.
P&G made a recommendation of 160,000 to the DA's office and 1.157 million for teen.
Okay.
And BOCC said, and at least this is my interpretation, BOCC said yes on the 160, but don't do the 1.157, do the 1.32 million for teen.
Right.
So they're
Is that
reprinting
clear
that
as
for
mud?
you.
Well, no, it's just really.
So I took out
So is it common for the chief deputies to vote different than what their electeds would vote for, like in the same position?
Well, it's not common, but it happens.
Okay.
Happened a lot lately.
Yeah.
it's the argue.
It's because we heard it first,
Okay,
so
I got you.
we voted on it as chiefs first, and
Okay.
So if we were to make a recommendation and budget board were to fund the court services, the full components of the court services piece at the BOCC recommended amounts, then it would cost $220,000 more.
$15.50, correct.
Okay, so,
Same amount, yeah,
okay, so the actual ask then is 1.48 million.
Right.
yes, correct.
Yes, that's the full ask.
Our total deficit for the contract is
This is just, it's a
$220,000,
little confusing the way
$15.50.
it's laid out.
Well, I do kind of get that. I was just confused on how the policy and governance played into it because it's got.
I mean, essentially, we could take out the whole column that says P&G vote.
Okay,
That's not necessary.
so it's not a 57, it's a $220,000 deficit.
Correct.
Yes.
for what
With the
TD.
discussion to use the funds, I know, however that works in order to offset those contract costs.
It's probably time just to go ahead and fund it up front.
I think that was
Instead of-
the intention of the BOCC.
Basically, the same fund.
So this isn't one that we're looking at a 4% reduction in like the others?
These three, the DA, the detention center, and the team, those three contracts were considered individually.
General government would also be a difficult one since it's majority, almost the entire thing.
General government was not set to be included in that. No, anything that has the contracts, like I said earlier, all the contracts will be considered individually by the BOCC.
Okay, so again, I'm really dense here. So how do we know that the detention MOU is not gonna be a thing if the BOCC hasn't voted on it? What if they say we wanna keep doing it?
They
They've already
did vote to not renew the detention.
And they did take it out of their budget, I looked for it, in
Okay,
their numbers that they were.
Yeah, it was communicated with them that we're not renewing and we voted on it in BOCC.
Yeah, they did vote to not renew.
Now, in a way, you could say in general government, we're asking for 220,015.50, but yet the daily living center is also in general government, so you can then kind of say, well, 163,000 of it was saved there.
Right.
I mean, what is the appropriate path for all of these? So to keep us out of the position of having to use one-time money, then remember that somewhere. I mean, is this the appropriate path to where the policy and governance or infrastructure, whatever underbody that it comes from, they make a recommendation on what?
They made a recommendation to fund it fully, and then it's up to this committee, and the budget board in order to fund it fully moving forward.
But they did.
Well, no, BOCC made that
Yeah,
determination
BOCC. I mean, so we'll
to
have
fund
to
it fully.
fund it fully. So if you fund it fully, then we're not in this situation year over year until we want to make a change of whatever that looks like.
But policy and governance voted to fund it at 1.317. BOCC has not taken action, but It's the understanding that
They did take action.
they did take action.
They voted on each of these contracts separately,
Okay.
BOCC. BOCC voted to approve the DA MOU at 16103.
Okay.
They voted to not renew the detention center
Okay.
MOU, and they voted to approve the team contract at the full 1.320.
Okay, so it has been to VOCC.
Not the actual contract, but the conversation about fully funding it.
Okay.
How much to?
How much to
Included in the
fund it for.
contract.
We didn't know
Okay.
what, because there was further discussion in regards to what those contracts would look like, so we needed approval in regards to whether or not we were gonna, give team the 1.3 million, and then if they were gonna move forward with increasing the DA's contract.
Okay.
And so now they're working on those contracts to go across BOC.
The actual contracts, based on the amounts that BOCC already voted.
So in this case, if it were funded at the BOCC's amount of 1.48, this would be an increase to the annual budget of $220,015.
If you're not considering the cost savings of canceling the daily living center contract of $163,000.
Well, I do see those as two separate issues.
They are two separate issues, yes.
They are both in general government, but yeah, they're two separate
They are
issues.
two completely separate issues.
Okay, I think I'm fine with it.
Do we have,
Corpus clauses.
on the DA, the money they bring in?
Information, like everybody else's.
So, I have further discussion in regards to, now I know why Steve was dropping everything. Everything falls off this. So, okay, wait, if you'll please pull up that budget. So we also have the special revenue funds, which is the 1260, 301, and the 1260, 302. And so, the DA has done office has done a great job in regards to collecting on GPS monitoring. So far, the revenue that they brought in is 46,700. That is paying for the GPS monitoring annually. So I currently have a PO for 40,000 for GPS monitoring. I've only spent about 30 of that, and so that'll finish me out for the rest of the year. So she is covering her own cost. What we did do in regards to the special revenue budget, there is $129,740.14 in there. We did transfer over this $50,000 to $1460 from the 1260-302 because that was what was budgeted and carried over last year for the GPS monitoring for the court-ordered indigent, which we got a DA opinion that doesn't have to be indigent, but the court-ordered monitoring. So I went ahead and got approval at Policy and Governance in order to move those funds into the 301 fund because that's where I'm paying for that GPS monitoring, and I do know that I have 3 people that I'm getting ready to have to pay for that service. And so it's just easier to keep it all in one fund. And so that is what makes up the balance of this 129,740, 114.
So is Team still not collecting
Team does not collect
GPS?
GPS fees.
Because that's something that could offset that $220,000.
Yes, we were bringing
I
in
mean,
a
when
lot
the
of
DA's
residents.
office, the DA's office has way fewer people coming through their program than Team has in theirs, correct?
Yeah, that's
And
just
they're
one
collecting,
employee.
almost $50,000. I mean, it seems to me like the $220,000 increase could potentially be made up from Team collecting.
Yeah, and that is something that we have looked at in regards to pretrial services, but this close to the end of the year, any other option, this would be very difficult to get done by June.
Well, but these discussions have been going on for 2 years about having them look at that, so.
Yeah, and they say that they're following best practices and that is not.
But it's the
something-
county's program now.
Correct, yeah. And they're paying around $90,000 in GPS monitoring in their budget. So that's something we've all looked at, communicated with, and
So that's constitutional.
so this amount plus what
You
Kathy
what?
Taylor is billing for covers my expenses for GPS monitoring. So there's no
I think you have a
request in additional to the contracts that we have.
Okay, anybody else have any questions on that? Okay, let's move to the next.
Okay, the next one, we'll look at county commissioners fund. Give me a sec. Unless you wanna look at some different.
Take time to find it.
Okay. Yeah, just, we'll get that one over with, this isn't all that long. Okay, so I brought this one back to you. Let me know if you're ready. So, previously I had brought this to you and, for further discussion. Since then, I have removed the support person for, my position. And so this is a flat budget, which only includes the commissioners, my salary, our benefits, and then does not include any type of training for me. It does cover my parking, cell phone, for one of the commissioners, and then, office supplies that I'll need for, training Anthony. And then, of course, the mileage that, we, pay, travel stipend for the commissioners. We budgeted, less last year, than what we needed to, because there was change in regards to what they were allowed to receive. And so, I moved all of my training and expenses up to that mileage line where it said monthly mileage, and then Mike Sullivan had mentioned that we needed to change it just to mileage, so that's why you see it down here at the bottom. But that shored up the difference that I was having at the board in regards to making sure I fulfilled that full allocation. And so I've just removed all of the ability for me to go to training or have any type of travel reimbursement. So to keep it flat. And then the only other thing that I'd like to say about this is that because there is a change to the potential commissioners with the election in November, Paul has looked into a DA opinion in regards to if he gets paid out of this fund or if he continues to get paid out of D3. And I know that we've had conversations about that, but Paul is doing a legal opinion. And then also if it stays within D3, during that vacancy of having somebody in the office, I didn't know if for FY27 I just needed to remove those months of expenses moving forward. And so waiting on to see what Paul comes up with, and then of course you can have further discussions and have me revise that as needed.
When there was a vacancy in District 1, that position was paid out of District 1's general
Correct.
fund, right? Okay.
Correct. But there was a different DA's opinion
Sure.
at the time.
Was that determination made as a result of the DA's opinion?
Consultation, and Aaron had told us that it had to be one way. I thought it should have been a different way, and it appears that Lisa agrees with the way we thought it should have been.
Yeah.
Now, not moving over into the Commissioners 120, but some of the,
Being able to have
the authority that, so.
But Paul's looking into it, so I'll just leave that in your hands and you can direct me on however you'd like for me to change it moving forward. That's all I have on that. And then my next budget is general government. My favorite one. Let's do this stuff. Okay, so sorry. I've made a million changes to it. Okay, so of course, staying flat in areas of, last year, we of course paid the retirement board their $100 per person per month. but for some reason in the past, we had been, had been budgeting for FICA defined contributions, and so they don't receive benefits, so I didn't budget for that. No change to postage. The only change that we have, here is that we've, increased our memberships, and you can, in that bottom, oh, I can't see it, the budget detail, oh, here we go. You can see here, in regards to what our memberships currently are, there was an increase in NACO and ACOG, and then back to the other budget. We over budgeted for the insurance premium, that was whenever I first started my first week, and we went with like a 20% increase because Karen was out and I came in, and so we just went with what the company had told us what they anticipated. So we worked really hard for the entire year in order to understand what each property is costing, what the increase year over year is, and so I have all that documentation. And we also separated PBA from BOCC, which caused a lot of confusion in billing. And so this was just really over budgeted. If you'll go to the detail, this is what we're paying for each type of insurance policy. We did remove the drone policy from emergency management. As I said, these all vary in deductibles. The cybersecurity insurance deductible is $50,000, so it's really high. But these are what our costs are. Our property's at $1,092,183. I separated BCC just so that way you guys could see that that's going to cost us $73,925, which we talked about in the behavioral care center discussion. And so I didn't know if I should put it here or if we're going to put it in BCC, since it's kind of, that is up for discussion in regards to when that starts or what that looks like, but it is in both places because I don't know where to keep it. And so, but that is included in this total FY26 insurance policies. We're at 1.165, and so it's an actual increase of $302,318.87.
You said it is in the BCC budget?
It is in BCC budget because I just,
yeah.
I don't know.
Honestly, put it in here.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, with all the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Well, we were trying to capture all the cost in one fund, and so that kind of went into that same mindset. But it's really up to whatever you guys want to do.
Well, and that's where I wasn't trying to cause a whole lot of
Confusion.
ripples and waves. I got tons of phone calls yesterday because you were concerned about a statement that I had made. But yeah, traditionally, we fund those contracts out of this budget and not a separate budget.
Yeah. It's however you guys would like to do it. My concern is if we fund facilities, we fund MIS and insurance and all the different, expenses out of everyone's individual budgets. We want to know what the true cost of the behavioral care center is. But that was the mindset in going into this because we wanted to have the responsibility for those expenses. So that's how we started out this process, but completely open to whatever you guys suggest or would like to do moving forward. But I put it here because this is a definite, and behavioral care center is something that we're continuing to discuss and work on. The AT&T judge rate, we under budgeted that, or the rate went up. It's $650. So there's a $360 increase. After talking with, hold on here. Click on that. Oh, it's the PDF? One I printed is different. Okay, here you go. So the one you should have, we did a $50,000 increase to utilities and electric after consulting with Keith over here. Under utilities, historically we have paid, this is vicinity at $607,116. This has actually gone up to around $755,000 anticipated spend for this year. They're looking at a 20% increase in utilities globally. And so if you'll go to the budget detail, Keith and I have discussed as early as today that we would,
Sorry, Vicinity Energy.
Vicinity, right here. Increase, do a 10% increase, to increase that to $831,600. This last year with the contract, we ran into a situation with the contract where Vicinity required us to encumber the termination fee at a flat rate of $143,756. And so that is a separate PO that I have specifically for Vicinity if we ever want to exit the contract during the year. And so the DA said I have to encumber that. And so that is an additional new line item or expense to that line item for utilities. And then
Does that 143? It's going to have to be re-encumbered the next fiscal year, right?
Next fiscal year.
So would we have to fund both of those, or could we not just encumber the 143 and then subtract the 143 from the 831, roll forward, and in June of next year use that encumbrance to pay for that bill, because we'll know then that we're not going to cancel it. That way we don't have $143,000 sitting on the books that
It's just sitting there.
Yeah.
I thought about that last year, but I was given direction that we had to have a separate PO for it, and
Well, that's
I
what
was
I'm
so
saying.
new.
That's what I'm saying.
And so we do,
Right
but we
under-
just deduct that from the amount of what we're
Yeah,
budgeting.
the 831. Yeah.
We talked with legal, who suggested that we needed to encumber that exit amount separately.
Yeah,
Now,
you
that
still-
may
which we
well
could, we'll
change,
just
but
decrease
the
it.
approach that you're using, I think, makes sense.
Yes, I agree. So we can just decrease the total amount,
The
the
831 by the
831,
140.
and then if for some reason the rates go up, real high, then we can address that. So that would mean that I would need to make a
Excuse me real
change.
quick, Jessica.
Yeah.
She had mentioned, said that there's an expected 20% increase in utilities. That's really
So just
not
remove,
accurate. The 20% figure came from the natural gas price increase globally, which we would suffer through Vicinity. We're charged with, for BTU usage. Before, we enjoyed paying what Vicinity had to pay for the gas. When we renegotiated their contract, we paid just for the thermal usage. So if there's a 20% increase in the price globally, that's how that 20%, 10% rather, was arrived at. We just split the baby on that deal.
Okay.
And that's a wild guess. It could go.
So Renee contacted Keith and I and said, hey, we really want to pay for our parking for our bailiffs and our court reporters. And we want to purchase 55 parking spaces, plus the responders, and then also having a contingency for 11 parking responders moving forward, which is in the amount of $60,280. So her idea is that Metro Parking PBA would bill me, and then for that, and then I would bill the district courts and get reimbursed into general government fund, because she wants to pay for it, but felt like she can't pay the PBA.
Well, actually, you would pay the PBA.
I pay the PBA,
And then
I
she
bill.
would reimburse using the court.
Yeah, I'd have to bill them in order to deposit it into the general government.
And why can't they pay PBA directly? I mean, it seems like it's the scenario like Brandon said before. Brandon, here's $5 to give me $5 right back.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. She just told us her reasoning. We didn't understand why, but
It was her idea not to pay the PBA directly?
she said that she couldn't, and so we weren't able to identify why. What were you thinking? Why do you have a smile on your face?
Because I don't want to say anything, that's why.
Okay, well, this was just the
That
best.
stopped you before.
Really? Was the presiding judge in that conversation?
Yes, she was included in all these emails.
And she concurred with that conclusion?
She was included in all the emails and communication.
Can we find out why? I mean, there may be a legitimate
reason
why.
And Renee was going to be here today, and
I think in some respects, maybe it had something to do with the fact that they can't pay in advance for services that have not been rendered
I think so.
Legally, and so the PBA requires payment in advance for parking.
Okay.
So
And
there's a
something
payment
else
and a
where
repayment.
it's like.
And this is only subject to her being funded by the state to pay for this. And so this isn't, until she knows what funding she's gonna get this is contingency upon that.
So does she have any idea when she'll know that?
She didn't give an indication of when that was.
Because we're gonna be wrapping this up pretty soon. That might be an item that we might need to visit at September supplement.
Yeah, this was something new that came up this week, and so we were trying to determine what the cost would be, and.
But we'll definitely need, whether it's now or September supplement, we're gonna need to know what that number is for the revenue coming in so that we can include that in our revenue projections, so that money is available to be budgeted this year.
Right. So, would you like for me to just leave it there for now and then get an answer and send it to all the BET members? Or do you want to remove it before we reprint this?
No, don't remove it.
Okay.
I mean, not at my behest, but I think a conversation to find out for sure, and there may be a legitimate, absolute, it has to be done this way, but I think we need to find that out. And then secondly, we need to find out when she'll know whether she's gonna have that revenue or not.
Mm-hmm. And another thing worth noting, I received along the same lines of the district courts. So I received an email from the court clerk, or the court clerk's office, from Rick and Mike in regards to the DA MOU between the Board of County Commissioners and the district courts. And so this one's a tricky one. As you know, the full amount is the $779,559, and we just talked about the $250, which is included in this MOU. That's on a reimbursement, which ultimately these are state funds, and they all are reimbursed back to general government fund. Correct? In regards to our process,
we front fund $250,000 worth of capital projects, which paint, carpet, those kinds of things. We front fund those when the invoices come in and are properly executed. Then the court fund does a reimbursement into that account.
But for the two amounts, for the 231, which is for the cost of the courthouse and juvenile utility costs, and then the maintenance and repair custodial services, including vacuuming, mopping floors, and emptying trash cans for the 298.
That goes right into general fund.
That goes right into general fund. The question is, from the court clerk's office, is that this is a contract between DOCC and the district courts, and in the past it's been included in their budget. And now we're thinking about putting it in the general government budget. We didn't know, so we need to have further discussion in regards to what that looks like, since we're already funding a portion of it, or front funding a portion of it in 2010. So we need to have a meeting with everybody and figure out, because currently we have billing processes and how this is reimbursed, and it may just need to stay in your fund based off of that, but I'll get with Sabrina. Yeah.
Our office has nothing to do with that contract. Yeah. Zero. It's between the court and the Board of County Commissioners. So the chief judge and DOCC. We don't negotiate anything.
Right. But in regards to reimbursement back, the warrant checks back to general government.
The court fund claims for both the reimbursement for the
2010,
the expenditures, and also for the capital.
So we just need to have further discussion. At first blush, I thought, well, yeah, that makes sense. But then as we've had further conversations and thoughts through it this week, it just needs to be discussed further as to where is the most appropriate place for this to land. So that is something else that I will have to provide you an update on after I learn about the ability to pay PBA. In regards to the budget for the PBA leases for office space, this is showing a decrease, and the only reason why is that right now we're currently not paying for the ICB rent, but we have had an increase of the rent for Kraus and emergency management. And if you scroll to the notes, and this is all included in your packet, at the bottom of the screen, I've done a little analysis on what exactly that looks like. So this is what we paid for 2025, 26, and 27. The increase for the sheriff's office was the 465, or the Kraus management, the 465, 479, or 9768. of course, we haven't paid rent for our ICB since 2025, and then, so, and then this is, you know, the rate increase that we've had, usually 2.7% historically, right? That we've increased it based off of
The delta
the
in
market
the
rate,
consumer price
consumer
index.
price rate index has gone up, so.
However, Kraus and emergency management and the sheriff, we did a little bit of a study, looking at what rates were being charged in the vicinity for like facilities, as close as we could get, and we arrived at a number that was somewhat below market, and that's what was presented, that received.
And so, and historically, we have paid the rent for the Cross building as a whole. Now we've got it separated to where we pay it for the sheriff and emergency management. And so, under budget, let's see, building space, maintenance, professional legal services, budget detail on professional legal services. That is our bond counsel with Jared, outside legal. Historically, we have budgeted $700,000, so we budgeted last year. The only thing I can think of is if you did do a 4%, you know, decrease and it wasn't on all my contracts, that might be, even though we've got a lot of potential court cases on an area that maybe we could kept to stay the same and was approved at BOCC for the DA's contract. And then go back to then under services other, that is readjusted. That's the reason why there's a difference, because I put it under services other, under the correct object code, and that's just our bid assessment and then our water resources board fee. One of the things to note, and Paul, kind of in regards to transferring from one fund to another, like we had discussed with the living centers and policy and governance, we discussed that we wanted to move the funds where they should be appropriately spent, which included our employee appreciation, tuition reimbursement, and paying for the drug testing. And so in HR and benefits budget, we moved the $20,000 over for drug testing to their budget. We moved, we will transfer the remaining funds for FY26 into their fund in order to start the employee appreciation and then longevity. We were able to approve that at policy and governance.
Did they include that in their budget?
Yes, they included it in that budget, yeah. So the transfer is the remaining of $3,000 from our employees of the month, and that transfer will happen in April. And then the tuition reimbursement was $18,000 for tuition reimbursement, and then $2,000 for the longevity program, and then $20,000 for drug testing. It just didn't make sense. Those are handled by that department, and so it would be best, in our opinion, in order to keep it within the department that it's held. And so those are reductions from my budget, but increases in another budget, general government budget.
Under professional services, what do we get for the $150 that we give to the criminal justice to CJAC?
Yeah, so CJAC was approved at P&G and BOCC, and so that's Melissa Walton, and so she comes and has done presentations. Do you want to speak to that, John?
I mean, are we just paying her salary? Is that what we're doing?
So that is a contract with multiple municipalities, Edmond, Oklahoma City, ourselves.
But a few of them have dropped out, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they do a lot of research in regards to the previous FARA reports, and then have their meetings in regards to discuss justice reform and things like that.
And that contract's already been approved at the full $150 by BOCC?
It's already been.
The contract has been approved, or
That's
the?
not the contract, the moving
The
forward with adding
Well,
it to.
it's that, we've had that happen a couple times, and we gotta make sure that we're all on the same page, because approving the contract is different than approving the MOU.
So they approved, I appreciate that, so they approved moving forward with adding it to my estimated need, but we have not received the contract yet.
So none of these, none of these have been approved by the BOCC, they've just been approved to add the money to the estimates?
The dollar amounts have been approved, but not the contracts themselves.
Yes, I have not received, the only contracts that have been already approved and requisitions in place are for the PBA buildings. So shout out to Arian and Keith on jumping on that, just because we were having so many changes with the cross building. Those are the only contracts that I have put across BOCC for approval. This, of course, with the OSU extension was a discussion yesterday. This is a recommendation, but it is pending BOCC approval.
So the recommendation is to cut it from 553 to 146?
Down 16%. As their total funding.
They will vote on that next Wednesday.
Yeah, and they'll vote on that next Wednesday. But Brandy told me to go ahead and put it in there just.
Okay.
And then, this ProSecure was a new contract that wasn't budgeted last year. That is the, security service and they're doing an amazing job because I'm the first here and usually last to leave, and it is so much safer to leave at nighttime. Because they patrol the area, they're doing a fantastic job. I used to be really worried about leaving after hours, but I don't have a problem now. And then this MGT rate study, that was budgeted, I believe, at $10,000 last year. But I looked historically of what it has cost us in the past, and it's been around 20 to 25. And there was discussion that we were going to do that again, but we were going to wait until FY27. So I went ahead and left that in the budget.
Is that one for juvenile?
That's correct. Yes.
And do we know,
And then we discussed that today.
so of the DA's contract, the 700,000,
Mm-hmm.
is there any obligation for us to pay that? Are they required to, represent us civilly regardless of that amount? Do we know?
Yeah, we went round and around, and policy and governance and BOCC did approve the funding of that full contract.
The services that we're paying for is a lot more than what they would be required to provide constitutionally.
Okay.
Cheaper than.
What do they,
Yes.
do you know what they provide that they don't have to statutorily? I'm just curious.
It was in
There's a whole presentation, I can forward it to everyone.
Made an entire presentation on it.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can call up the video and watch it.
And I can send it to you. I've got a copy of it. I'll send it to each one of you so that way you have
Yeah, I
a
was just
copy of it.
curious.
Yeah. It was really neat though, because she listed the number of DA opinions that each department requests annually, and it was really quite impressive the number that they do even for the treasurer's office and court clerk. I didn't realize that we had that many requests outside of. I mean, it was a lot, and then of course they attend all of.
What?
Yeah.
3 a day?
Yes,
That's all
it was
they
like
do?
over 200 for one of the departments, and then of
So
course
it's over
they-
200 for one department?
for one
DA
department.
Who is that called?
or this contract is legal.
They are sitting at.
I'm sure they are.
When I think of DA opinions,
We're thinking like a full extent DA request for information review of contracts, whatever.
yeah. But I thought that's what's.
I'm gonna get the record this year. It's coming.
Oh, no. I'll send it to you so you guys can all look at it. It was very interesting. But that was approved, in order to move forward with that into this meeting. The other, in regards to the insurance, the increase that we had, because I have it here, for Kraus, was $17,937.50. So that was an increase to the insurance. And then we're working on an extensive report that I can provide to everyone, and I've reached out to like Mike, just to look over our assets to make sure that we're properly insured and that we aren't insuring things such as our equipment that we no longer have. And so quite a bit of cleanup that has been much needed, and I have requested as of yesterday to make sure that our insurance agents are laying eyes on all of our properties, especially during construction, so that way they can best advise on how we should be insuring these properties moving forward.
Well, thanks for your work on this fund.
Of course.
I know,
I like
moving stuff around to the appropriate departments and kind of, tweaking and all of that's been very tedious.
So the only thing I'll have to bring back to you is once we have a further understanding of what that district court's MOU looks like and where it should be housed. And then I'll follow up with you on the discussion with Renee and the parking costs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it on this meetings?
And I apologize, I'm gonna have to get out of here about 20 minutes.
Yeah. This has gotta be a record, what, 4 hours and 40 minutes?
Okay, so
Half an hour was sent out.
okay, so do we wanna go ahead and tackle the general fund revenue projections?
Yeah.
Do we have time?
We got time.
We've got 9 minutes, we can do it.
Let's go ahead and start, and then if we need to come back to it, we can. But who's presenting on this? All right, Chantel.
Sorry. I'll try to speak up so I can try to talk through this and drive at the same time. Can you magnify it at all? I sure can.
Just a skosh. Cody didn't hear me. A skosh.
Thank you.
I don't think anything was printed. Okay, just, this is a copy that was before. Yes, you can definitely. Reading through the notes. This is a handout that was before you. The highlighted section on page 1. So at the bottom of the fiscal year 26-27 projection. Total sources available. 163,224,570. Fund balance 37,865,221.
What's making up that large fund balance?
In reference to, if you look at the column right next to it to the left, year-to-date projected fiscal year, it shows a 30,053,965.
Where are you at?
Very bottom of page.
Very bottom, fourth column in.
No.
That 30 million. So last year, whenever we presented our final statement of revenue, we were off. You
were what?
Off. We provided the fund balance of 16 million instead of providing the cash balance of 30 million. So there's a $14 million variance, which is carrying into this fiscal year. I'm going to take you through that a lot slower. Go to page 2. Here you have a fund balance of actual revenue March 31st, 16,02,994. The projected 30 million to end the year 30,053,965. This 30 million aligns with the cash balance. We just last year, whenever we were projections or presenting our projections, and then in the final statement of revenue, it wasn't updated to the cash balance. It kept with the fund balance of 16 million, which leaves you, if you keep going to the right, the difference of 14,050,971 is the difference. Just to reiterate.
$14 million mistake.
14,050,971, that number? 14,050,971. You don't have a copy? Okay. Here. Well.
Here, an extra one.
Here, have mine, and I'll try to follow this one. Well, hey.
There you go.
I think that would make us all happy. I think, I didn't have an extra copy for you in this one.
Wasn't in there.
One minute.
It's forced.
Yeah. Sorry.
I promise everyone.
On page 3, I'm just kind of going over each page to read it at the same point. But on page 3, this is your projected versus budget. Total revenue, actually at the bottom where it says total revenue, the last column, projected versus budget. This should be a number that looks familiar, $4,921,237. This was the dollar that we presented for September supplement. $4,900,000. Hopefully that looks familiar to you guys. The total sources available, so you keep scrolling down, the total sources available showed 18,972,208. The difference between the two, so that's where your difference is. The total sources available were 18 million. We presented a surplus of 4 million. The difference was 14,050,970. Just to go back to page 1. This is my last time to repeat myself, but just to kind of try to thread it together. Go back to page 1 at the bottom in the highlighted area, showing the fund balance, 37,865,221. This number picks up that 14 million difference. It also includes any expected surplus from this fiscal year and the 26-27 total sources, which is this note. I'm just reading this note right here. The 14 million and 6,400,000, which is our total projected total sources.
So that 163,224 includes 14 million of one-time money, or would it be something that's ongoing from here on? Maybe that's not the appropriate.
I guess in order to answer your question to the best of my ability, I think it's best to consider it as one.
Okay, so there's still $150 million of ongoing revenue that would happen. So kind of going back to the question that kind of kicked this whole party off, do we have any idea what the total budget asks are for this year? Because I can't imagine they're $150 million.
I can definitely get to our VAT worksheet. We've uploaded all of the numbers to the best of our ability as of this morning. You've heard several changes today, so none of that will be pictured in there. But I can kind of show you and see what that total is. We do have that prepared to show you.
Yeah, right.
Please. Real quick.
We did this last year, remember? We were all just sitting here.
Yeah.
Wow. This is rich.
You're on camera.
Great. Fantastic.
And that's got everybody's asking it.
As of,
As,
well, I should say as of midnight
as best
yesterday.
as possible.
Yes.
So
Yes.
so what's that bottom line?
Right.
Yeah, it's 140, 158.
So here's your 163, 224. That's that 158 you were talking about, Brandon. The difference of both of those leaves you in the positive 4.6.
And that's if everybody were funded at 100% of their ask.
That has
But
everything in general government in there also.
The current general government number we have in here right now
That's
is
before September
49.
yeah,
What's going on? Just 100
but we've got to be
billion.
careful here because
Uh-huh.
14 million of that is one time.
Right.
So we can go
Or
in,
is
Shot of Jack.
huh?
We don't know.
I was gonna say.
Well, if 14 million of it is money that should have been budgeted and available for us to use this year, and we're just picking it up for next year because it wasn't on our books,
Well, that was my next question.
then it wouldn't be
Is there a
available.
way to break down where that 14 came from? Is that in the packet to make sure it's not ongoing money?
I
The information I have with me is that 14 million was the last quarter's revenues from last fiscal year.
Last quarter's revenue from last fiscal year.
Yes, it wasn't picked up.
So April, May, June of 25.
Yes. I don't have that in front of me
Okay.
to illustrate to you, but that's the information I have.
It
as
was
of
not
right now.
picked up in September.
It was not. That is correct, because we didn't have those numbers during budget season. So
right.
we presented a $16 million figure, but then when we short everything up in September,
Right.
we didn't catch those revenues.
Okay, so I mean, it should have been.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hope that,
That
from my
makes
understanding,
sense.
that's
Yeah.
what makes sense, but I just don't have the documentation to show you right now.
Some of it would be on.
Some of it would be,
It
would have to
a bunch of it is probably ongoing, but some of it, like ARPA interest and that kind of stuff,
Well,
would
and that's
be
why I said for the
one
sake of
time.
this conversation, without
2 years
having something to show you or show you the report.
Can you go ahead?
No, go
sorry.
ahead, sorry.
Do you have the means in which you can break that down, those revenues for that quarter, to see exactly where it all came from?
Yes, we get a report every month of our revenues.
I just want to point out that I voted to start with this and nobody else. And I'm going to
I
ask,
know, they
what
have
I,
a lot more answers in their brains, I'm just sharing with you.
okay, and I'm going to ask what I think is an obvious question. There's no way that could include September supplement numbers either, right? The 163? Or are you already projecting what we would get for September supplement?
I think they're projecting some.
Yeah, the 163. Does that number include what you estimate we will get for September supplement, or there's no way you?
Yes, sir,
it
so
does?
right now,
It's got
163 is all total sources that we're projecting to complete the end of this fiscal year, including the last
Okay.
quarter revenues, including all of those projections. So total 163
Okay.
by June 30.
Does that
It does not
include?
include.
That
It
includes-
does not.
Does that include any projected lapse dollars?
It doesn't appear on the sheet it does.
I thought she said a minute ago that it did though.
Yes, the lapse
It's a 6.4.
yes, there's
6456,
Yeah.
which we would not know what that 64 is until September supplement.
Where is that on the sheet?
It's your note on the first page, bottom right. But I don't know for sure if that 64 is lapse projection or not. I just want to.
The 6.4 is estimated lapsed dollars from fiscal year 26.
But we normally pick up, Christie, don't we normally pick up those lapse dollars at September supplement?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
But it's included in this revenue projection.
It's,
Well,
I'm so sorry, it's projected, it's just we get the actuals during September.
yeah, we
It's
adjust.
projected, okay.
But
Okay.
Project kind of some lapse.
So come September, we won't expect this number to change much as a total account to use.
that's the function we've always had. We project as much as possible here.
Okay.
And then by September supplement, we get the final assessed values.
Well-
And we're able to see the final lapsed dollars.
Well, honestly, I didn't think that, and I'm not saying that's not true, but for some reason every year I remember sitting in here and like, well, we only have this amount of money, we gotta wait for September supplement, and then it increases the number
Right.
available.
But normally we have treasurer resale come in at September supplement and then the lapse dollars. So that's why I didn't know if this was in here, but the treasurer's resale, I don't think we're gonna be having those dollars anymore since they've shifted the.
No, we will.
Well, but I mean, coming in for us to budget, like what we've had in the past. I thought there was a change on that because of budgeting out of that.
There is, but we'll still have,
You'll still have
have
some.
some.
Okay.
But we don't pick that up until September.
September, okay, right.
And so is that part of this projection?
No,
No.
there's no way they would.
Right.
That's all
Right.
I
Yeah,
guess-
Brandon was asking about September supplement, saying normally we do the treasurer's resale and then lapsed dollars above, I guess, what we conservatively budgeted
Yes.
at this time of the year. So what we pick up.
I mean, like September supplement can sometimes be, I mean, what was supplement last year, Christie?
I don't have it in front of me.
Supplement dollars that we had last year were 4.9.
I was gonna say, I think we're close to 5.
It's listed on page 3 of the.
Oh, 4.9,
Yeah.
4,921,230.
Okay.
Christie, aren't you glad you stayed?
Sure. So, I'm sorry, Chantel, did you say for this 14 million that was not picked up for the last quarter, that you could, itemize those revenues to see exactly where they were coming from?
I believe so. No, I mean, just to be told that they're the last quarter revenue.
We'll know what's one time and what's on.
Yeah, cause that's what we're gonna want to determine, if we can. Okay, that would be helpful.
We'll definitely get that all together.
Yeah, they've got estimated 25-26 department budget lapse at 2%.
Mike, depending on what comes out.
Well, but that number also includes the one-time funds in reserve right now.
Would take effect when? Next
Let me
fiscal
know what you
year.
guys do.
I was saying that
Even
that
if there were
number
emergency,
there
there's no way for us to.
is it also encompasses the one-time dollars that we have in reserve right now. So we need to.
Like fiscal year 28?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
It would be 27, 28, yes,
okay.
if there were any changes. And right now, the only thing I'm hearing is the SJR 39.
Yes, yeah.
Which is the limitation piece.
Yeah, doesn't that take it from 3 to 1.5?
Yes, 3 to 1 and 5
What is
to
that?
3. SJR 39.
What is that?
Our impacts show future revenue growth loss of 20 to 40 million.
20 to 40.
Yeah, that's not general fund. That's
Right.
total.
That's total.
How much is that general?
10% of that, so 2 to 4.
Let's take 4 million every year.
Well, there was some talk today that may be a step approach instead of all going one time. It may be a percentage down, a percentage coming. They're still looking at adopting some changes before it goes to the House floor.
Okay, guys, it looks like we've handled most all the agenda items, I believe. Does anybody want to cover anything else? Go
No.
back to an item, okay. Is there any citizens that wish to participate? Seeing none, I don't think we need to recess this one. I think we can adjourn it and then come back with some more special meetings. So let's go to board comments. District 2,
No, thank you.
Clerk. District 3.
Yeah, getting 135 million.
Court Clerk. Assessor.
I just want to say thanks for everybody for being a team player. It's definitely necessary. Appreciate it.
I believe that. Sure. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.